Alright. The ads are done. We are good to go. See if I can remember what the hell I was doing. Right, I was down here doing this thing. Do I remember anything about this?
See? Right there.
I rise to the occasion.
You hear shrill, baneful giggling coming from behind you. And it is getting louder, but there's no one there. I don't know how I feel about that.
We can deal with this.
Our prayers are different, but I notice similarity in our attitudes towards ministry. It unites us.
I love Pascal.
You are right. Only we know what it is to pray to our intercessor at an altar in our struggle to protect those close to us, to be their spiritual shield.
I see what others do not.
What did we say? The lore warp.
I did fine.
Don't you dare to cross
Oh, what the hell? I succeeded the lore warp and, Oh. Oh, that is spicy. I really love when it doesn't tell me what the fucking ability does. Pocket grenade? Yeah, it kind of looks that way. My dude, why are you in my cover? Oh, fuck you. Cassia, you're tanky. You can just chill. Pascal, you can come hide over here. Oh god, it goes first. Uh-oh. Alright, Cassia. He did have some friends.
If I may. I'm afraid not. Me? It is your captain.
Alright. Who am I throwing this on? This turn. Abelard, get in there. You'll do well with those buffed stats.
Messiah knows all, comprehends all. Request approved.
Show me what you've got.
Oh god, there's so many of them. Alright. I'm gonna come down here. And then captive audience.
A dance of blades and shadows.
Do I think this will kill? 9 damage to all adjacent.
The shadows will see it up.
Alright. We hopping.
As honor orders.
Okay, did we get the immobilize? Nice, we got a stun on it. I'm okay with that.
As the tenants demand.
Ah, I see. That's okay, it's still stunned. It may have teleported, but it is still stunned. Abelard.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Yeah, it's a fun fight so far.
Indeed.
Alright, that's good enough for now.
Scared yet?
Okay, this works out nicely here. Right, I got the Sanctic ability. That is a nice ability.
All too easy.
We burn him.
Done.
We run and gun. We do some AoE.
Stand a chance.
And then I can use the Sanctic ability. Maybe I should have used this first.
Not a problem for me.
That's fine, though. I'll keep Revel and Slaughter for next turn so I can use Run and Gun again.
I'll do it.
And then Furious Recital.
Let's get to it.
Yes, just beat up on the Herald of Zinch for me, please.
Here, maggot.
You'll regret this.
Ow.
Let's make it quick.
Let's get to it.
Ah, I see. Ow.
Get to it.
Alright, what if I got a crippled arm now? That's fine. That makes no difference to me.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
I forgot that they get attacks of opportunity if I do that. Alright. Oops. Okay, we come over here, we kill this one
The
off.
navigator is coming.
Pascal just debuffing. Minus 37 toughness at the moment. You know, no big deal. Not a great chance to hit, but may as well take it.
My vow is that is no way.
He actually did hit.
Let's get to it. Out of my way.
Alright. We go here. We Raining Blood. We go here. And we just slap.
Mercy and retribution.
Huh. The blood didn't actually hit any of them. Like it said it would. That's fine.
An offering of blood. Trust me. The other side awaits.
Alright, then we captive audience.
The shadows will see it done.
And we jump in between them.
I shall not fail.
And it doesn't look like we got the stun on either of them. But that's fine. We still got some good damage in.
My place is up.
I will charge this way, so that I can attack this one as well.
Dust. Victory is imminent. I took care of this one.
We endure. Over here, I'm not doing a goddamn thing. Yeah, I'm just big chillin'. There's so much veil degradation here that if I do anything, I'm just gonna cause an issue. Can I fire?
Suits my purposes.
There we go. I got some damage in.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Show me what you've got.
Here we go.
Scared yet? Let's get to it.
Alright. Cassia, time for you to do your thing.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Foe painted black. Me,
Argenta.
if you insist, Lord Captain.
Yeah, this is fine. We analyze. We expose weakness. Got rid of 8 HP on him.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Yeah, that's fine. Is there anybody at low health here? This one. Pascal, please. You had one job.
Let's get to it.
Alright.
Death comes in silence.
Oh, there is somebody there. Oops. That's fine.
As honor or death.
This is probably going to... Oops. This is probably going to cause an
As the
injury. Yeah, that's fine.
The shadows. Death is a blessing.
We're at least healed to full again.
As honor ordains.
Kibella, please. 1 HP.
A tactically sound approach. Reduced to dust.
What do I have in your offhand slot and why? Ah, I have a one-handed in your offhand. In case I wanted more parry.
At your beck and call.
Okay, that taunt's not gonna hit anything.
Try to die.
Abelard, you can just chill.
Let's see how they respond to this.
Do I just try and get the kill here? YOLO! Cool. I got rid of him. Easy game. So, Fiji, by that token, should I be able to, do this?
In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave.
Switch back to this, and then, have a handful of extra attacks? Okay. That doesn't work out. If I switch over to this, it uses AP. So now I have to be on this. That's fine. We scienced things.
I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it.
You know, just casually missing, 3 74s in a row.
As the Emperor eradicated. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Alright, Argenta. You know, 374s and a 95. Well, sometimes it be that way.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Heavy is the tread of his faithful.
Out of my way.
And Cabela can just, like, sprint across the map. You know, no big deal. Why can we not use Blade Dance here?
I will leave footprints of scarlet.
Oh, because I wasn't near anything. Okay, that makes sense.
I shall not fail. Killing brings me no pleasure. As the tenets demand.
Argenta, you move here. And, we hope we don't over-penetrate.
Enemies of the Emperor will be undone. Stroke is a prayer.
Eh, we did, but it didn't do much damage.
Waste of blood.
GG's. That was a fun fight. And honestly, my character was the only one to really take any damage. And none of it really matters to the build. So. Still gonna go back to the ship if I can. But... what was I going after willpower and ballistic skill? I could go perception. Probably perception. It's never a bad thing to have more perception. And then, God, I don't know what I want here. Let's see. Um... Yeah, I think this one's pretty good. I haven't been using a lot of heroic acts yet, but it will get to a point where I start using them more and more. Especially now that I have the, Sanctic power. I wasn't using it a lot this fight because... well... there was a lot of Veil degradation, but in a lot of fights it'll be fine. Cabela, you're getting agility, and you are getting Medicaid's maxed out. Were we going awareness? I think we were going awareness. Yeah, I have awareness there. So we go awareness here? Over here, we go weapons skill. And then more carouse. What do we have here? Oof. That's rough. That said, at least you can get it done and over with, and then you have the rest of the day, to not worry about it. Still sucks, though. I hope it goes well for you. Argenta, what do we want from you? Right, we want 1 strength. 1 or 2 strength. Because, heavy bolter requires some strength. Yeah, that does suck. I think I start preparing to do the heavy bolter stuff because I'm nearing the end of the chapter. Just get bolt weapon expert, and then we can get heavy weapon proficiency soon after. Yeah. Pascal. I think the best option here is joint analysis. And then... let's see, 5 MP, first round. Melee attacks? No. No, we don't care about that. We don't care about that. Pascal's attacks and effects of the exposed weakness ability gain bonuses against enemies under the effects of Machine Spirit Communion. Oh, okay, yeah, no, I like that. And over here we have... Let's go Zone of Fear. I enjoy Zone of Fear, and it opens up access to does it show it here? I don't think it does. It gives access to another one later down the line that allows me to move people towards a spot instead of away from a spot, if I recall. I think at this point I take Eye of Oblivion. Or, hold up here. Is it Notch of Purpose that gives me the other one that I want? Yeah, it's Notch of Purpose that gives me the one I want. And then Point of Curiosity is the, So I could go Zone of Fear into Point of Curiosity as well. Maybe that's what I do. Notch of Purpose is not that great. See, I'll go Zone of Fear into Notch of Purpose next. Or into Point of Curiosity next. And then we go Eye of Oblivion here to debuff things. And this is what? Just my perception bonus? Cool. And we get to loot everybody. And then try and find our way back to the ship so that we can heal. Hypnotizing Pendant. When the wearer successfully hits with a single shot attack, the target suffers slowed until the wearer's next turn. I'm sorry, what? Sister Argenta, you are wearing a Trinket of Heresy. I hope you don't mind.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Okay. Is this where I came in from? Yes, it is.
Follow my lead.
Is there no other exit from here? There might not be. Ah, okay, there's not. We are A-okay with that.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Found a bloody autocannon on your ship. Hot damn. Good stuff. Uh-oh. I don't think this is where I wanted to be. But you know what? I'm okay with it. I think this is DLC 2 stuff. I saw a cyber puppo. Don't ask what a puppo is. I think it's a combination of a pupper and doggo. My mind is not exactly awake yet.
Arbitrators, secure perimeter. Formation 4755. Glato, heal.
Huge cyber mastiff immediately stops snarling in your direction and goes quiet at its master's foot. Its stillness punctuated only by the thick globules of blood dripping from its metal fangs.
Proctor Exactant Solomon Antha of the Adeptus Arbates. State your name and the purpose of your stay on Rykad Minoris.
Although his voice sounds even and calm, his shotgun is pressed into his shoulder, a position from which one might easily raise one's weapon and open fire. Abelard, what makes this man think he can demand anything of me?
His being a member of the Adeptus Arbates, I presume. One might say such a tone is an attribute of their occupation, your lordship. Proctor, before you stands rogue trader Von Valancius, the Emperor's anointed and bearer of the sacred warrant. As for his lordship's business on this planet, I'm afraid you do not have the authority to demand an answer. I would ask that you treat the Lord Captain with the same respect that you gave Lady Theodora.
Same.
Lady Theodora.
It's like 60% of why I keep him around.
So, Theodora von Valancius is dead. I will deliver this tragic news to Marshal Strax. I honor the pact your predecessor made with the Adeptus Arbates. I won't keep you any longer.
What was the nature of the arrangement between the Arbates and Theodora?
Your predecessor made a formal alliance with us. She provided us with a headquarters on Dargonis and supported us in the collection and guarding of the Imperial tithe on several occasions. We, in turn, assisted Lady Theodora in enforcing the law on the worlds under her control.
What are you and your people doing here?
Removing obstructions to an official inquiry. My unit and I came here to investigate the disappearance of one particularly valuable ship, but the mutinous scum got in the way. Now we are having to deal with them too.
What do you know about the situation on the planet?
Only that the governor is failing in his responsibilities. This is a planet-wide rebellion, and it reeks of madness, or worse, of witchcraft. The rebels are blinding both themselves and others, and their ravens are the most insane and unholy thing I've ever heard.
Are you not supposed to help the governor regain control over the world? I thought that maintaining order was the foremost duty of any arbitrator.
Not every uprising demands action by the Adeptus Arbates. For now, I am simply assessing the situation, and if our investigation requires that the rebellion be crushed, then we will intervene. Still, the governor had best put a stop to this bedlam. He is not here to just sit and look pretty.
What's this about a missing ship?
It's about a tithe ship. A vessel loaded to the brim with planetary tithes, amassed over a considerable period, suddenly went dark as soon as it departed Rykad Minoris.
And what does the stolen tithe entail?
Resources that every world is under obligation to relinquish for the good of the Imperium. In the case of Rykad Minoris, they include the ceramited explosive reagents produced on Rykadi Philia, armor glass, medical supplies, and guardsmen, a living tithe to be recruited into the regiments of the Astra Militarum. Cargo like that is particularly dangerous in the hands of heretics, as it can be easily converted into wealth or used for military purposes.
Nodded the Cybermastiff. That is one fearsome-looking dog. I was impressed by its performance in battle.
That skirmish just now, Glato didn't even get to show off a tenth of what he is capable of. But he is quickly catching up with me for who's killed the most heretics today.
What do you intend to do next?
Fight our way to the local administratum palace and ascertain whether a fire or some other disaster hasn't destroyed the documents related to the investigation. I hope the clerks were smart enough to put the records before their lives. If the Emperor favors us, we will extract the data we need, or else interrogate the survivors before we pay a visit to the governor. The questions we have for him are beginning to pile up.
Alright. The Cybermastiff lets out a low growl and leans forward, somewhere to the side. Solomorn fires a shot in the same direction without even looking. You're a stifled, gurgling rattle.
Arbitrators, eliminate the surviving rebels. Now is not the best time for conversations. With target practice standing around like this. Unless you have more questions, I will proceed with my assignments.
So the governor is a suspect?
Every citizen of this planet is a suspect. But Governor Medina is under particular scrutiny. Seizing the sacred tithe requires access to information, resources, and power. The governor fits that profile. Then there's this rebellion. Convenient. How many records and crucial witnesses do you think will be lost? Some people call it cover-up. I do not like how aptly this term describes the present situation.
I'm on my way to see the governor myself. You and your unit could accompany me.
I must refuse. Our mission and the Marshal's orders take priority, even over a request from an individual as empowered as you.
I have no more questions.
May the Emperor watch over us. That way, this meeting won't be our last.
Alright, we go to the eastern side. And then we head down here. I'm going to take a trip back to the ship to heal everybody. And then we come back out. Actually, while I'm on the ship, I'm going to see if I have the Twitch drops yet. I'd like to see what they are. I left somebody's Rogue Trader stream open when I went to sleep last night. So, hopefully I end up having them. Have a good one, Fiji. Thank you for stopping in. Get me back to my ship. Alright, we are here. We go to the Lord Captain's quarters. And, where is it? I think it's the vault. Is it not the vault? Claim my rewards. Here they are. Once per combat, these specially crafted handcuffs allow the wearer to inflict the cannot attack effect on adjacent enemy for 1 round. Okay, that sounds really good for either Cabela or Abelard. Ah, it's a consumable. Never mind. It's just not great. Composite gloves. If the wearer has a shield equipped, whenever the wearer is hit, multiple hits in a burst are considered a single hit. The shield gains plus 5% block. Lasts until the end of a round. Stacks up to 3 times. Okay. And the Vox Whistle is also a consumable. Okay. Neat stuff, but I don't use shields at the moment, so not a huge deal. Still glad to have got them.
Victory awaits!
We are freshly healed and ready to go back onto the battlefield, fight more heretics. I think I heard thunder just now, which is weird because it's sunny as hell outside. Alright, before I start this zone, it appears it's time for ads. They play for 3 minutes, once an hour. Turns off pre-rolls and mid-rolls for the next hour. Gives me a chance to get up, stretch, grab food, grab a snack, grab a drink, maybe go to the bathroom. I will catch you all in 3 minutes. Ads are done. We are back. And we can continue gaming.
The Arbitrator's arrival was certainly a welcome sight. Hopefully they will help to put things back in order around here.
About time.
Is there anything down here? I was kind of teleported from down here up there. You know what? I'm actually going to put Abelard there, put her there, because she is the demolitions person. Actually, who has the highest perception? Perception, 45. Sorry, highest awareness, specifically. Cassia? Alright, you're tanky enough, you can be up front.
I won't tolerate weakness.
The shadows reveal their secrets.
Alright, and then we disarm.
Never doubt me. Pay attention. Duty prevails. I better myself through my service. Never doubt me.
We're getting some freebie XP here.
Duty prevails. I better myself through my service.
Alright. I do remember that there was somewhere else I wanted to check real quick. I think I have to get to it from the warehouse. So I will head over there, take care of that. No, not there. Pascal, please. That was loud. Is this where I want to be? No.
Follow my lead.
Huh. What? Did I do a dumb just now? Hold up. What the hell did I just do? I feel like I just went in a circle. This is the way I want to go out. Yes.
Let us see what I found.
Alright. Got another med kit. We like those.
None shall stand in my way.
Nothing down here? Okay.
uncolored.
Are there any traps here? I know there's a trap there.
It's about time.
I guide humanity.
Cassia. Alright, Argenta.
Heresy grows.
Come over here. Disarm that trap.
Never doubt me.
There we go. All that effort for 5 XP. I hate that. I have an eyelash that's just kind of like hanging down into my eye, and I can't find which one it is. It does indeed suck. That's fine, though. We will make do. Thankfully, it's one of the ones that's only, like, super noticeable when, I close my eyes. So, as long as I don't close my eyes too much. You know. Just give myself major dry eye, not closing my eyes.
Watch out.
Ooh, what's this? Grants willpower bonus Warlorp. Alright, cool. What am I currently wearing? What? Oh, sorry, that's what I was already wearing, not what I picked up. The wearer's Lore Imperium tests depend on fellowship instead of intelligence, and gain +3 bonus. Who's my highest Lore Imperium person? Did I do a dumb? Hold up here. Features, archetypes, coercion, persuasion. Yeah, no. Okay. Meanwhile, over here, we are getting Lore Imperium. I was just trying to figure out why hers is so high. Ah, it's Theodora's Rosary. That's why. But that's for the commerce that that's why I have it on her. Okay. You cannot use this because you are using something else. Yeah, no, that's fine. We're fine with this.
Follow my lead.
There's a reason I have awareness on so many different people. There's just so many hidden items in this game. Oh, this looks like it could be a fun fight. Some 10 people, children among them, are huddling together in fear. You see that half of them have black holes where their eyes used to be. Some maintain a gloomy silence. Others are wailing. Several armed insurgents are carefully watching over the terrified hostages, snapping every now and then at someone for shaking too much or crying too loudly. Come to your senses, Errol. Look what you're doing to your own family. A woman of about 60, gray-haired but still strong, is kneeling before a stocky man with thick, pure white beard, stretching her arms toward him. Take pity on us, let us go. Stop talking and embrace redemption. Our children have gained true sight. While you still believe the lie, upon seeing you, the man points his weapon at you. The other insurgents do the same. Who are you, and why are you here? You tell me. Who are you, and what are you doing to these unfortunates? I'm the chief. My former name, Errol, is meaningless now. I'm a father leading his family to deliverance from woes, to salvation. Aurora has opened my eyes to the truth, and my children will see it. Errol, spare us. Spare your children. His mind and his soul are pierced by shards of colorful deception. Hues once twisted by despair and the Immaterium's influence can never be the same again. Layperson, cognition is not your primary function. You are saving your kin by holding them at gunpoint and believe that burning their eyes will grant them sight. It is evident that the author of the demagogic teaching that confused you meant to make a mockery of your deplorable intellect. Abelard's face turns deep red. To cast your own children into the thrall of heresy, to drown your progeny in this filth with your own hands. Cabela, I remember when the Vizier used to sew our eyes shut so that his young spinners would see the truth. Cabella's voice sounds hollow, but there are glowing embers of fury in her eyes. Our ritual was one in service to him. It tempered and prepared us for our destiny. What you are working here is despicable heresy, a blasphemous mockery of our sacred disciplines. Logic, 100%. You've been torturing your own family in order to save them. You've been blinding them so that they could see the truth. Those who lack faith cannot grasp the truth and will not be saved. I'll go with the logic here. It's a 100%. Think about it. What good has the final dawn done for anyone at all? Some have died. Some have had their eyes burnt out. Some have gone insane. But they said the end was near. They promised salvation. I wanted nothing else. There's no washing the blood from your hands, but you could at least let us go, Errol? The ones you haven't mutilated? The old man gestures to the other insurgents, who lower their weapons. He then shifts his gaze to you, trying to hold back tears. What happens to us now? Honestly, I feel like doing the dogmatic, but I'm going iconoclast here, and it's not that much worse. Your family may go, and so may you. Make sure I do not ever see you again. The hostages begin to leave, and soon the group disappears around one of the bends. The old man looks away from them and walks in the opposite direction. Easy. And we gained some XP for it. And I think I'm iconoclast now, so I can now wear this. So now each heroic act used in battle increases the wearer's dodge by plus 20% until the end of combat. Up to 60%. I am more than happy to have that. So let's see here. What do I have? Rogue Trader and 2 random allies start combat with temporary wounds equal to their own resolve. So not many. But, you know, we get some resolve. And then here, the Rogue Trader and their allies gain a 10% chance to survive with 1 wound instead of falling unconscious. I mean, ideally we never reach that point, but
Halt. I noticed something.
The Emperor favors me today. Nothing escapes my sight.
alright, and there's something down there.
None shall stand in my way.
We have some goods to collect.
Victory awaits.
Okay, we have more goods here. Just looting the place. That is the command center? It appears that is where I want to go. Have I been up over this way yet? Yes. It just looks dark for whatever reason. Alright, we head to the command center. We're almost level 13. We shall talk to the governor. Welcome to the Rykad Minoris Command Center.
Now that the heresy of rebellion has engulfed this entire world, no walls will offer shelter from his furious judgment.
Indeed. Our only option is to fight to the last drop of blood and secure victory for the glory of the Emperor, or to die in the attempt.
Alright.
New challenge for me?
The cogitator looks a lot older and more worn than the ones next to it. However, it has evidently been well cared for. Numerous parts have been replaced, not a single key is jammed, and fresh seals with prayers to the Omnissiah adorn its surface. One of the side panels has been removed. Bundles of gold-notched cables run from inside to a small data crypt that was connected only a short while ago. Awaiting access code. We forced access to the cogitator. You've bypassed the security layers. The cogitator is ready to reveal its secrets. Sacred Computation 7825M. Upon Logis Abel's orders, the archives of every auger station on Rykad Minoris and the 2 primary satellites of Rykad's star have been quarried. Said satellites are named Magos Maruf and Zephyra the Keen, after 2 great champions of faith whose external cogitators were placed inside the satellite's cores after their shells perished. The purpose of the sacred computation requested by the Logis is to uncover the external influence behind the ongoing insurgency. Computation result positive. Multiple instances of interference and malfunction detected, suggesting that the ships moving across the system deliberately blinded the sacred auger's eyes. The first of these ships is thought to have arrived 2 Rykad Minor cycles ago, early in the winter. The most recent one arrived a month ago. Logis Abel's conclusion: the insurrection on the planet had been long in the making. With the participation of external actors, it is alleged that 2 cycles ago, Aurora arrived in the Rykad system, the rumored unholy prophet of the insurgents. The subsequent ship movements can be attributed to weapon deliveries, but what is the nature of their activity near Rykadi Philia? Governor Medina's attention must be drawn to, and it cuts off abruptly. The satellite Magos Maruf reports that a ship has translated into the system. Its signature is consistent with the records of the flagship of a rogue trader dynasty, House von Valencius. The satellite Zephyra the Keen reports that a ship drifting nearby has hurriedly sped away. The ship had sent an encrypted Vox transmission to the insurgent-controlled areas of the surface of Rykad Minoris. Another transmission was directed to a planetoid, Rykadi Philia. Both transmissions were signed Brother Twilight. Their contents could not be decrypted. To be investigated, the entry contains planet-side coordinates marked as heavy auger station jamming, possibly hidden insurgent base.
Follow my lead.
The tall, dark-skinned man turns toward you and greets you in a curt military manner. Basil Rykadi Ab Medina Af Coronis, Governor of this star system. Welcome to my temporary headquarters. The man's gaze falls on Abelard, his eyes slightly narrow, or Sarian. Abelard nods dryly. Governor Medina, my greetings. The governor's expression changes drastically when he sees Cassia. Lady Navigator, what an honor. I never thought that House Orselio would grace our world with a visit. I only wish I could have received you under different circumstances. Cassia purses her lips. An echo of grief knocks the wind out of those present. House Orselio is grateful for the support you have provided to Uric 5 these many years. Then the governor notices Cabella's clothes and his eyes go wide. He adds softly and cautiously, "This woman, she is your bodyguard, I presume? Or is she here to..." He stops, choosing not to finish his question. "I'm not seeing the convoy I'd sent to meet you. What happened? Did they fail to find and escort you? If that is so, I promise you their punishment will be swift and severe." What a curious exchange of pleasantries. Is there some kind of discord between you and Abelard? No, of course not. An old misunderstanding, over a century old by now. It isn't worth your time, Captain. The convoy was ambushed and massacred. The only surviving soldier turned out to be a traitor, and was personally executed by me. That is an outrage. I will have the personnel vetting procedure changed immediately. The slightest suspicion will be grounds for arrest. Your Lordship, before we proceed with discussing the matters that are of interest to you, there's a question I feel compelled to ask. It was only recently that Lady Theodora was the head of House von Valancius, and I have received no word of her demise. How is it that you are now the rogue traitor? My esteemed predecessor died at the hands of cultists. May the Emperor incinerate their souls. The governor frowns, and a deep shadow falls over his face. Rogue traitor von Valancius, slain? Unthinkable. Please accept my deepest and most sincere condolences. Your Lordship, do not hesitate to let me know how I can help. I need fresh crew to replace those killed in the attack on the ship, and I need material compensation. Nice, I got 2 profit factor from succeeding that commerce test. Of course, Your Lordship, you will be compensated for any losses, and I'll see to it personally that your ship's holds are filled with the finest goods from my personal reserves. Excellent, Your Lordship. A rogue trader has no use for leniency. I can offer you several thousand fine, obedient servants. However, I'm sad to inform you that I won't be able to do it until we've dealt with the insurgency on the planet. I'm sure you won't have have to wait long. The rabble will soon be duly punished for their heretical scheming. Sorry about that, I had to take a drink of water. Are you so confident that you will crush the insurrection soon? My own impression has been the exact opposite. Is that so? I'd like to hear your reasoning. The rioters are too well organized, too well informed, too well armed. There are signs of indoctrination into heretical beliefs. They are clearly being directed by someone competent and charismatic. You're dealing with an arch-enemy cult that is growing at an alarming rate. The governor's eyes darken, but your unwavering gaze makes him give in. Alright. Perhaps I've underestimated the mutiny, writing it off as the rabble's usual nonsense. However, if it does involve corruption in an underground cult, this has to be investigated. I'll assign additional resources to it and take the issue seriously. You have my word, Your Lordship. I wish to commend the courage of one of your officers, Sergeant Malgar. He and his soldiers valiantly defend the starport. The sergeant who managed to impress a person of such noble standing will be recommended for decoration. My kinsman, Conrad Voigtveer von Valancius has betrayed our dynasty and the Imperium. If he's hiding in this system, I want him handed over to me. Voigtveer is a traitor? Why, any family, however noble, has an unworthy scion or two. Naturally, we will surrender him should we find him within my jurisdiction. Unfortunately, I have no information regarding his location. However, we have a cogitator here at the command center. It's connected to a data crypt from Logis Abel's Sanctum. It aggregated all the Lex Mechanic reports. Unfortunately, the access prayer for it is unknown to me. You managed to convince the stubborn machine you might learn something about Conrad's movements. I'd hazard he fled from you on a ship, not on a pair of wings. Heinrich von Kallix, an interrogator of the Most Holy Inquisition, is operating in your system. Do you know where he is? I do. Master von Kallix has left for the hallowed electrodynamic cenobium. It's an ancient monastery of the Adeptus Mechanicus. I don't know what his objectives are. Needless to say, Insurgent activity has been observed in the monastery's vicinity, but I suppose that's too petty of a problem for an agent of the Most Holy Inquisition. Besides, I've already sent a small detachment of reinforcements there. Huh. Well, that's a new one. How's it going, Alamir? Hope all is well. I'm willing to consider it if you join my Discord and prove that you are an actual person. Because Twitch currently has you listed as possible ban evader and monitoring. So, I'm taking your statement under consideration, and if you can prove that you're an actual person and not a bot, then, yeah, sure. The weapon the insurgents were... The weapon the insurgents were using to shoot down shuttles over the city has been destroyed. Now nothing is preventing you from returning to your ship. If you wish to find Master Von Collix, you should go to the Cenobium of the Adeptus Mechanicus. On behalf of the... notes of anxiety creep into the voice that rattles from Pascal's Vox. On behalf of the Priesthood of Mars, I... Magos, Anuaman, am officially initiating my participation in the operation. I must inspect the state of the relic and assure myself that it is under zero risk of falling into heretic hands. According to the Catechism of Maintenance and Operation, my tech comrades were supposed to lock the monastery gates against lay people and activate the traps. I deem it optimal that an ordained Magos should provide his assistance. Governor Medina, I categorically object. As much as I respect the sanctity of your monastery, I have on my hands a whole capital that needs to be attended by the Omnissiah's servants. We have lost many eminent tech priests. Incidentally, one of them perished in that same monastery. 1 second. The eyelash is screwing with my eye again. Alright. Mechanical failures could occur at any moment. Putting it bluntly, you may consider yourself forcibly recruited into the city's defense forces. Medina and Pascal glare at each other, their unyielding gazes like crossing swords. This Magus is part of my retinue. You have no right to give him orders. You mistake me for a fool. I know that he arrived separately from you, and I would bet my life that... Pascal's ready to attack. The governor's voice dies down in the low growl of a drilling mechandrite. Its tip is directed straight at the bridge of his nose. Medina clears his throat and grumbles stubbornly. So this is the negotiation technique you have resorted to? Do you think this is the first time I've been threatened with a weapon? No, but this could be your last. Pascal's voice is akin to the sound produced by his drilling implement, steady and calm, but ready to explode at a moment's notice, with the crunching of bone and the squelching of tearing flesh. I'm heading to the monastery because I must. Is that clear? The governor mutters through gritted teeth. Abundantly so, Magos. Why are you so determined to get to the monastery? Is it just because of the relic? It is why I came to this world. I am expected there. It would be my pleasure to assist the Omnissiah's servant in reaching the sanctum. Thank you for your cooperation, your lordship. And give me one moment here. Yep, there is no indication that that person is real. Account created 12 minutes ago. Yep, goodbye. As compensation for your consideration of my request, I, Magos Hanuman, officially undertake to accompany you in the Rykad system in the role of bodyguard and to protect you at all costs until your life functions cease. But only within the limits of the Rykad system. You're Hanuman? Glad you're alive. The governor raises his eyebrows and stares at the tech priest in surprise, but refrains from further commentary. I wish to know more about the monastery. The Cenobium has been run by the Adeptus Mechanicus ever since the colony was founded. The sacred reactor guarded by its priests powers the entire planet. I can say no more. It is a forbidden place that even I have only been allowed to visit once before. Pascal, what's so special about the Cenobium and the relic? What is in there that has drawn the attention of an interrogator of the Inquisition? I've never been there before, but I would presume that the sacred relic of the reactor is capable of great destruction should it end up in heretic hands. The fury of the freed machine spirits, once released from the sacred circuit, will destroy everything around them. The degree of damage inflicted may render the world of Rykad Minoris uninhabitable. Heresy must be purged from those blessed halls. I declare any desecrator who defiles the relic's power a Category 3 blasphemer, deserving of immediate execution. What has perplexed you about my companion's name? According to the reports we've received, Logis Abel Hanuman set off for the hallowed electrodynamic Cenobium a short while before it was stormed. I'm glad to find out that you're safe. Perhaps you possess information on Master Von Kolix? Pascal's voice rasps in confusion. My name is Pascal Hanuman, not Abel. I know nothing about such a person. What do you know about this Abel, Governor? I've never met him in person. That esteemed Logis supervised the work of Rykad Minoris' Lex Mechanics for many years. However, he rarely left his cyber chapel, and I never had the honor of making his acquaintance. A true anchorite. Why did he fly to the monastery? That seems suspicious. When a Logis of the Adeptus Mechanicus wants to go somewhere, we don't ask why, your lordship. Where can I get more information on this individual? I would have suggested that you inspect the esteemed Logis Sanctum, but it was destroyed by the rebels. We've recovered several data crypts and connected them to the cogitators at the command post. They might provide you with some information. It's amazing that a mechanical voice from a Vox can sound so confused. That name might have been used as a signal intelligible only to its intended recipient. In that case, its bearer might be Archmagos Amernot. Initiating an investigation and data collection procedure. Glad to be of service, your lordship. That's all I wanted to discuss. Ooh, the Arbites. This place is passing under command of whatever. The arbitrator marches forward relentlessly and halts one step away from the governor, looking down on him. Or at him. Governor Medina, in the name of the Lex Imperialis, I, Proctor Solomorn Anthar, arrest you on suspicion of involvement in the theft of the shipment of the Imperial tithe. Taking into account the state of emergency on this planet, I will permit you to retain your authority under my direct supervision. From this time forth, you will give the Adeptus Arbites your full cooperation, in particular by transferring command of the strike groups and other resources to me. Well then. Medina, though deathly pale, proudly raises his chin. Arrest me? Transfer my resources? Your demands undermine my efforts to suppress the rebellion? Excuse me, Proctor? But this accusation of stealing the sacred tithe is simply... He stops talking under the arbitrator's oppressive, merciless gaze. Denying guilt only adds to the suspicions against you, Governor? Now, let us go over everything one more time. The tithe was stolen from your world. You are culpable for this incident, whether you were personally involved or not. You will provide the resources I've requested without objection, as this measure serves to reestablish control over the planet. Comply, or I will consider your refusal an obstruction of the investigation and take steps accordingly. It seems I am left with no other option than to obey your will as his law-abiding servant. I honor the word of the Lex Imperialis. Medina shoots me a quick glance, unless his lordship has anything to say on the matter, that is. This is DLC 2 stuff, by the way. So, I don't think you'll have this interaction. This world belongs to Winterscale, to the Adeptus Arbites. Truly have the authority to interfere in the rule of governors appointed by a rogue trader? We do. Besides, I doubt Rogue Trader Winterscale will find it disagreeable that the arbitrators have helped to clean up this madness. As for the governor, I imagine the Emperor's anointed will benefit from learning how diligently his servant has been performing his duties. I shrug. I suppose there's nothing else for it. The governor puts his hands behind his back, either to appear more confident or to hide the tremor in his fingers. In that case, please accommodate yourself, Proctor. But before I give you the access codes, I must give a protracted, self-exonerating statement. There's no need. All information required of you will be obtained during the questioning. Without witnesses, be it your personal guard or the rogue trader. Just you, me, and Galedo. The Cyber Mastiff lets out a heavy growl that sends a shiver down your spine. So, what is your plan, Proctor? Stop the heretics from taking over the starport and other locations critical to the investigation? At the same time, we will crush the heretics' resistance. Most of them are hiding among the commoners, and a series of concentrated strikes against the residential districts and infirmaries will send them running. That is when we'll finish off the rebel carrion. Blood of the Throne, I will be governing over nothing but ruins and corpses by the time you're done. Have faith in my methods, Governor. I'm not going to depopulate your world. After all, it needs to be able to continue paying the tithe. I love this character. I hate this character as well. Let's see. Why do you think rebels are hiding among the... Let's see. Why do you think rebels are hiding among the civilians? They could have shelters elsewhere. I know this from a few intercepted Vox exchanges and a couple of scumbags we've interrogated. But first and foremost, I know from experience. Such mutinous rabble always feeds off its families and associates, who also provide a source of recruits to support its ranks. And of course, there is the heretics' contemptible habit of using the local population as a shield. We need to flush them out of their nests and starve them of resources. I go Iconoclast here. Killing innocents is unacceptable even for the sake of saving a world. Aversion to collateral damage is a weakness that heretics exploit to the fullest. While you stand here pitying and hesitating, the enemy is busy fortifying their positions and replenishing their losses. Stalling dictated by mercy only magnifies the damage the world will suffer. So you're just going to sit the whole thing out in this bunker? Yes, this is far from what I was expecting from this assignment. The things we do for the mission. I wish you luck in your investigation, Proctor. Ah, we have another level. We are getting very close to being able to get our second archetype. And here... what level am I? This is level 13. And what do I want? Let's take a look here. Let's see. Psyker's Resolve is increased by 3, while Val Degradation is 10 or lower. I do like that. I don't care about that. Alright, don't really care about that either. When the Psyker is burning, the Psyker's Psi rating is increased by 1, and the Psyker's Resolve is increased by +2. Damage from fire no longer reduces the Psyker's momentum. Nah. I am going to go... what was it? Still Mind? Yes. I like Still Mind. Choose a common talent. Oh, I get 2. Okay. I think I'll take Melting Armor for this one. Yeah, I'll just go Still Mind and Melting Armor. That doesn't sound terrible. Cabela, what do you have access to? Okay, let's see. I don't know what to give them here. I kinda wish could use this. Or something. We could go... It will not die. Gabella could use the extra HP. I think I might be okay with that. Yeah, I'll go it will not die. Gabella is definitely one that I want more HP on. Um... Hmm. We have Medicae, Awareness. Let's go Carouse, I guess. I don't know. I could go Demolition. What is your Demolition at? 80? Yeah, Demolition's not needed. Uh... None of these are great options here. We'll go Carouse, I suppose. It doesn't really matter. Abelard, what do you get here? This is level 13. Cautious Disengage could be interesting. Enrage could be... He's never below 50% wounds. I mean, very rarely, but like... Hardened Scars could be interesting. Ooh. Ooh, this is spicy. Okay, I'm going Impetus. make him do some, like, big dick damage. And then here, athletics is maxed. Rouse is maxed. We'll have him go Medicae next, I suppose. Doesn't really matter. Here, we have Argenta. Okay, so this is a talent, and this is a common talent. Alright, I'm gonna think over what I want to do with Argenta here while ads are going on. We run 3 minutes of ads every hour, turns off pre-rolls and mid-rolls for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, really, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch you all in 3 minutes. For anybody that can see me, I'm just going to be looking through stuff here. I'm not actually going to choose anything, I'm just kind of looking through it. Alacrity could be fun for once I get the heavy bolter. Muzzle velocity will also be fun once I start using, like, the heavy bolter. Unfaltering fire, also really nice. Okay, cool. Ads are done. We can continue. And I think I'm going to go with Unfaltering Fire or Muzzle Velocity. I'm not sure which. Probably Muzzle Velocity. And then here, I will go with... Oh, I see. Not a lot of options here. Could go Grenadier. That's never terrible. I could go It Will Not Die. That's also never terrible. If I had any way of, like... Well, I could buff her. It is willpower bonus divided by 2. You only have 20 willpower? 35, but it's rounded down. Okay. Litany of Hatred could be okay. I don't know. There's not a lot going on here that's really great. Bolt weapon. This is a common talent. This is a common talent. I could take heavy weapon proficiency, just get it out of the way. Yeah, I'm just gonna take heavy weapon proficiency to get it out of the way. I won't have to worry about it anymore then. No. No, no, no. Not there. We take muzzle velocity there. Heavy weapon proficiency here. Alright, Pascal. There are lots of things we could do here. We don't attack. Instant exposure is still something that looks nice to me. This is kind of nice. What is this based off of? Int bonus divided by 2? You know what? Getting some defenses is not the worst thing in the world. And what is this based off? 5 plus int bonus? Oh yeah. This could be nice. Offensive pattern recognition or prediction. We'll just go with that. And then here, is it ballistic skill? Is that what we go here? We went perception here. Yeah, I think we're just going perception again. Cassia, what do we have here? We are probably grabbing something here. There's so many. No. No. Perilous ways could be cool. Huh, that's kind of neat, too. You know what? Armor reduction is kind of nice. What about this, though? No. I'll go Undem the Sea of Souls. And here... we were going Coercion, which is maxed out. We were going Persuasion, so let's go more Persuasion. Get that maxed out. Yep, we'll just max out Persuasion there. Cool. She is my face. Alright, Tech Priest. Do you have anything to say? The painfully thin Tech Priest turns sharply toward you. The sudden movement makes his chromed augments briefly clang. His gray eyes, set under furrowed brows, almost blend into the pale skin of his face, and he levels you with a heavy, dour stare. Identification: Unit Logis Quartz Crame. Official trade representative of the Explorator Cognizance fleet. The unit supervises supply routes in the Rykad system, ensures the security of the combat arsenal, performs commercial transactions, and secures mutually beneficial contracts. When the Tech Priest notices Pascal, his eyes widen. His Vox unit immediately lets out a string of screeching binaric, a tortuously long tirade in which the volume rises and falls seemingly at random. When it's finally over, the Omnissiah's servant bows his head in deference. Unit Quartz Crame requests permission to transfer information. The rogue trader possesses a supreme degree of power, the potential to influence the current leadership. the ability to restore order in the Rykad system. Pascal, what was that? A detailed complaint. I recommend you consider Unit Quartz Krame's request to transfer information. Alright. Permission to transfer information granted. Haphazard and careless decisions on the part of Rykad Minoris Governor have led to unacceptable consequences. Communication with the Adeptus Mechanicus Sanctum has been lost. Troops must be sent to the hallowed electrodynamic cenobium without delay. Restoring communication with the electro priests and ensuring the sanctum's security are our top priorities. You are the head of a rogue trainer. What? Tongue? Mouth? Work with me? Head of a rogue trader dynasty. Your position enables you to exert influence and pressure on the subjects of the Imperium. Unit Quartz Krame requests assistance. The actions of Governor Faisal Rykadi Ab Medina of Coronis must be influenced. Demand that troops be sent to the Holy Monastery of the Adeptus Mechanicus. I observe that this world's authorities lack diligence in the performance of their duties. The statement is true. I will discuss it with the governor. What will I get in return for my help? Awareness of the fact that Rogue Trader did not stand aside and has influenced the future of the hallowed electrodynamic cenobium, including the possible rescue of the most holy electro priests. Unit Quartz Krame can promise no more. I will discuss it with the governor. Unit Quartz Krame is grateful. The Rogue Trader is highly likely to successfully influence the future actions of the local authorities. You're an explorator, aren't you? What are you doing here? Retrieving archive data. Over 70 Terran years ago, the governor of Rykad Minoris and authorized representatives of the Explorator Cognizance fleet made an agreement. Its goal was mutual benefit through cooperation. Unit Logis Quartz Krame is the fleet's appointed trade agent. The unit is responsible for maintenance of the arsenal and the combat machinery. Blessed are the armorers, for there can be no Imperium without them, says Pascal. Blessed are the valiant warriors, for there is no end to the darkness without them. What is the Cognizance fleet doing in the Rykad system? The Cognizance fleet's presence in the Rykad system is negligible. Its research activities in the system have been concluded. A limited presence is maintained for the purposes of logistical support, fulfillment of vows to maintain the Omnissiah's creations, spiritual oversight. You know anything about the tech priest Abel Hanuman? Quartz Krame has had no previous communications with Unit Abel Hanuman. The memory sector contains other data related to this quarry. Various resources and data storage devices of interest have been extracted by the standing army of Rykad Minoris for preservation purposes. The command center currently hosts a cogitator that was used by Unit Abel Hanuman. Appeal to the cogitator's spirits for further information. Show me your arsenal. Yes, I know how profit factor works. Alright, so I can get the multi-keys, the analyst helmet. And a reflective shield. The shield looks kinda nice. Kinda wishing I'd possibly spec'd Abelard into shields, but I don't think it's needed. So I will grab everything here. Because I can. And there's no reason not to. The shield isn't equipped in one hand, but occupies the slot in both weapon sets. Every shield has a chance to block an enemy's attack. If a hit in a burst attack is blocked, All subsequent hits are also blocked. Shield Bash allows the wielder to attack an enemy using the shield. The Stalwart Defense ability increases the wielder's chance to block attacks of multiple enemies. If such an attack is blocked, the wielder can counter-attack the corresponding enemy using their main weapon. That is neat. So what do we have here? A modified bolter, stabilizing bracers, stabilizing bracers could be good for Argenta, theoretically. And the Psychic Body Glove is pretty nice. Do I think it's enough for me to want to give them stuff and... I don't think I need any of this right now.
None shall stand in my way.
I will take that off of her. And I will give her... this, I think. I don't know if her stuff can crit. Whatever the case, we can then throw this on her. And over here... give him immunity to critical hits for 3 rounds. Okay, I think that's good here. Tech Priest Quartz Crane claims you have not been doing enough to ensure the safety of the Adeptus Mechanicus Monastery. Of course he does. That Tech Priest is very insistent. I ordered a squad to be dispatched to the Holy Cenobium of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They haven't been heard from yet. I'm afraid this is all I can do under the present circumstances. I don't have a single soldier to spare here in the capital. Let's ask him if he stole the tithe. Not you two. I swear on the Golden Throne and the blood of all martyrs, I never even considered committing such an act. Please, your lordship, do not insult me with such suspicions.
Ready for data input.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Return to the Void Ship. Alright, so here we have the Electrodynamic Cenobium, we have the Starport, and the bunker. I am going to go up here to the Astropathic Station. I've not been there yet. The Astropathic Station is dead ahead of the Void Ship. It is motionless. There is lifeless silence across its Vox frequencies. The lights are out. Even those who have no warp sensitivity can feel the presence of death. It is here, lurking in the shadows. All of this makes reading the reports of the ship's astropaths who claim to be hearing an incessant ghostly howl emanating from the station all the more disturbing. Contact the station by Vox. The station is not responding. Perhaps there is no one left who could respond. Deploy a scouting team. The enforcers offered their prayers and proceeded to enter the uncanny station. What they saw inside was monstrous. Astropaths upon their thrones, not quite here, and not quite now, smudged, as it were, across time. Servants reliving their horrible deaths again and again, only to be reborn out of the ashes and blood into more agony a moment later. The warp manifested itself here, twisting the very nature of existence. The main hall was covered in a crust of psychic ice. A green-robed, blind old man sat motionless upon a tall throne. He was quite literally embedded in the ice, yet he was still alive and screaming. Send Zachary Weiss to the station with a squad of bodyguards. Choirmaster Weiss boarded the station in person and proceeded to the choir's hall. He stood silently for hours in front of a man frozen in ice, and held a telepathic conversation with him. Then Master Weiss offered a prayer to the God Emperor, and the unfortunate man passed away. Upon returning to the ship, Weiss reverently presented the Lord Captain with a grim trophy, the late Choirmaster's amulet, taken from his frozen body after death. If worn by a psyker, the wearer gains immunity to horrors of the warp effect. That's kind of neat. The psychic shriek carrying across the immaterium has been silenced, but this has brought the crew no relief. A chilling realization came to the astropaths when they discovered that the cry was masking a different sound, one even more terrifying and surreal. It was the melody of a cataclysm born from a warp storm of titanic power, so intense that the entire expanse must be able to hear it. It muffles astropathic messages and crawls into psychers' minds, evoking everywhere the same image: a dark, gaping, beastly mouth cleaving the universe in two. Now that the mad choirmaster has finally stopped screaming, the song of the Immaterium has reached the rogue trader's void ship too. Order the station to be explored. A brief and chilling chronicle of the station's doom was found in the scribe's records. A warp disturbance of monstrous proportions wiped out half of the choir at once, turning the astropaths into living portals through which torrents of the Immaterium's energies poured out. Those who lasted longer bellowed and howled about a black rift that had split the universe into before and after, and a darkness that would devour the Astronomicon's light. Burn everything. Void torpedoes shatter the fragile station. One can only hope that the unfortunate souls captured by the warp have perished along with their home. Alright, give me a second here. I need to take a swig of water. Alright, we're gonna head up here, and we are going to head to the area Cabela told me about. The freight line. Eric Frenso. A sturdily built man with an augmented jaw stands at attention. The dark circles under his eyes speak to many sleepless nights, but his voice is loud and spirited. Welcome to Freight Hub LD 987A14, Lord Captain. I am Eric Frenso, Captain of the Enforcers in Lower Deck Bay LD A14. The Master at Arms has assigned me to be your liaison for the duration of your stay here. Lord Captain, would you like to inspect the control room, or to begin your search for the Temple of the Bloodspun Web? It seems you were prepared for my visit. How did you and Beck know I was coming now? Master at Arms ordered us to be on standby after the Bloodspun Web openly invited you to visit their temple. We have been awaiting your arrival every day since then. Do you know how to reach the Temple of the Bloodspun Web? I'm sorry, Lord Captain, I do not. No one knows. The cultists are too adept at hiding and keeping their secrets, and it worries me that you might have to walk around the entire compartment looking for the temple. Why are you worried? Is there a problem with the compartment? The lower decks are not suitable for someone of your status, and it's not just the grime or the crowds of brutish laborers. I suspect that the entrance to the Temple of Death is hidden in some dark corner where you might encounter criminals or contagious outcasts. With that kind of riffraff that dwells there, you might even be attacked. Such ghastly places you describe. We are not headed there, are we, Lord Captain? He frowns. To put it bluntly, although the Bay performs its functions well, even its more civilized sections are sorely lacking in discipline. I was only assigned recently, so I haven't had the time to straighten everything up. Since doing so will require making some serious changes, I am not inventing excuses, Lord Captain. As the officer in charge, I accept full responsibility for what takes place in this compartment. Being assigned here almost seems like exile. Did you commit an infraction? No, Lord Captain. Quite the opposite. I was commended for my service. This compartment has always been a troublesome one, and the Master at Arms assigned me here because she thought highly of my merits. I am honored to have earned Mistress Sarbeck's trust. What do the lower deck officers think of Sarbeck? Mistress Sarbeck possesses all the personal and professional qualities required to head the Enforcers efficiently, Lord Captain. Let's see. I hereby offer my assistance, Captain. I shall conduct an inspection and then share my thoughts on how to change the place for the better. But Renzo stops himself mid-protest and assumes a more compliant tone. In that case, I urge you to remain vigilant. The freight trains move at great speeds, and the inhabitants of the residential units are despicable rabble. One must never drop one's guard around them, and Emperor preserve you from stumbling into the pestilence pit. That's where the madmen and the lepers live. Tell me about this station. Hub LD-987 connects to the lower decks freight, residential, and artillery bays. Our task is to monitor the flow and labor force and prevent supply disruption between bays. Who maintains this hub? Traffic controllers, they're technomats, trained by priests of the machine cult to keep the sacred cogitators in working order and prevent train collisions. The consequences of an accident like that would be easy to imagine, especially if one of the trains were carrying macro cannon ordnance. Also employed here are an enforcer's squad, a team of Inferni, the clerks who keep cargo records, and a Medicae officer, a fine chap whose medicine of choice is a bullet. May the God Emperor forgive him. Not every void ship can boast of its own railway. That is true. Usually higher class ships are the ones that get trains, but it's far from the greatest thing a rogue trader's warrant can see done. The credit here goes to Lady Theodora's predecessor, on whose orders the Adeptus Mechanicus assisted in birthing this miracle of sacred engineering from the womb of the dynasty's flagship. What is the situation on the lower decks? Most of the locals unload trains and sort provisions to give maintenance jobs to the more capable ones. The rest are reserve workforces. Whenever crew are lost on a deck, we find replacements from among those rats, and if extra hands are needed anywhere else, there are always more than enough volunteers eager to work for rations. They even queue for jobs. Rabble cause no problems, I hope? Surely you are joking, Lord Captain. The rabble are base in nature, and mutiny is always on their mind. They steal whatever they can get their hands on, and lately they've moved from rations to tinned food to weapons. We confiscate these regularly, of course, and keep the serfs meek and terrified. That's the only way we can protect the mindless herd from themselves. Oh, another thing the bastards do on a regular basis is build their shacks in front of service tunnel entrances. That has delayed the arrival of Infernus brigades during several emergencies and caused air and power supply problems in adjacent bays. We burned those saboteurs along with their shacks, but they just keep pressing on regardless. I've learned enough. Actually, mutinous rabble, how paranoid of you. To the best of my knowledge, being paranoid is practically a requirement in our line of work. In any case, the rabble are always plotting, take my word for it. The Cult of the Bloodspun Web has a presence in this compartment, does it not? That is correct. The enforcers do not bar them from carrying out their sacred duties, as irregular as it is to have armed crew members set up a secret hideout forbidden to the enforcers, and that they can go around dispensing bloody justice. What do you know about the Death Cultists? Not much, but I'm always trying to learn more, given that they like to pay visits to my compartment. The spinners honor the Emperor through death. They kill notorious reprobates and heretics. Sometimes they kill righteous folk, and other times, even seemingly, at random. Their rituals are morbid, their prayers are strange. Anyone not initiated in their rites would struggle to make sense of them. You not take issue with death cultists killing people in on your territory? Frenzo avoids looking at Cabela. I do, Lord Captain, but the cult is authorized to exist on the ship, which means their activities down here are not to be interfered with. Not much. I said I see. Oh no, I hit the wrong button. That's why. So I see. The guard captain grumbles sullenly under his breath. Be steadfast in your duty, Captain Frenzo. The Emperor protects. Alright. So I have a new zone here.
Awaits.
We have goods over here. The Technomats are performing a sensing rite on the sacred power transformer, but the machine spirits are running rampant and will not be swayed. The Cogita dashboard controlling the rail function junctions is lit up with indicator lumens for active hubs, arrival, departure announcements. Is that blood? It can't be. We scrubbed the deck 3 times right before the rogue trader came. Void take me. The captain will have our heads. Is this the welcome you give the rogue trader? Whoever had the audacity to leave this behind this appalling symbol, I will see to it that the Master-at-Arms calls them to account herself. The corner of the captain's mouth twitches nervously as he mutters, "Damn those. How did they even..." I examine the mark. You've seen this sort of symbol before? Death cultists carve bleeding marks like this into their own skin. Cabela carves the same symbol on the back of her hand with a knife and whispers a prayer. Domin Zanavathar, remember this sign? It is the beginning of your quest. The first blood trail. Explain yourself, Frenzo. What is this mess? Lord Captain, one of the cultists must have sneaked in here and left this mark, or perhaps they forced someone to do it. It's a disgrace that they can pull such stunts right under my nose, but at least I can assure you the mark is not dangerous. It resembles one of the symbols associated with the blood-spun web. What was it called again? The Song of Trailing Blood, I think. It's a prayer familiar to many in this compartment. We've heard spinners say it when they, well, perform their signature acts of service to the Emperor. Benzo takes a deep breath. The soundless shadow sank into the dark. Slashed feet crescendo a fatal dance. Blade song in tempo, each edge an echo. Twin odes to death throes, now on her sacred blood, as she once trod the backs of foes, tread countless souls, but none who know. Why would they leave this mark here? Maybe it has something to do with them inviting you to visit their temple. Maybe they're trying to get your attention. Apologies, Lord Captain. I'm not good at deciphering their disturbing riddles. You memorized the verse? Why? When I took up my post here, I made sure to familiarize myself with all the particular qualities of this compartment. I soon heard about the verse and decided to investigate. I questioned a number of people who follow the blood-spun web, as I was trying to figure out if there was anything pernicious about it. And eventually, I learned the whole thing. The words are certainly strange, but it's nothing worse than that, it seems. What is the Song of Trailing Blood? From what I can tell, it's something like a prayer, with several verses that tell about the life of the cult saints. Ariane, or the Matriarch Spider, as they call her. In other words, it is an invitation. It's only too obvious. That cultists obsessed with mysticism would never use prose to mark the way to their temple. They are too fond of their obscure chants and cryptic verses. So I'm invited to follow a trail of blood, it seems. I accept the spinner's invitation. I hope you find what you look for, and return to the upper deck safely, Lord Captain.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Let's start with the left here.
Do we truly have to be here? I am not even sure what is making me more nauseous. These horrid colors, or the smell.
This is the last of the hub's vials for a work cycle. Do you have any idea how much it costs? There, 57 ration cards. It's all I've got, I swear. Spent the rest on Rykad again, I'm guessing. I'm not doing you any more favors. Give up the drink or get used to a life in the pestilence pit. I hope you get hit by a train.
A new challenge for me.
Alright. Long live the rogue trader. The rotting guts of someone unfortunate enough to be flattened by a train lie glistening on the track. The longer you stare at the mark, the quieter the sounds of the station become. The shadows grow longer and seem to stretch in the direction of the adjacent section.
Follow my lead.
How do they manage to build their shanties so fast? Those parasites must be using witchcraft or something. Burnt man. Mercy, please save me. Young man gasps for air through burnt lips, slipping in and out of delirium. His skin is dripping from his gaunt body like melted wax from a candle. His eyes somehow intact, alive, clear, and filled with pain, stare at you from under his caked eyelids. Who are you and what happened to you? I am Vale, a cleaner. I was in my house asleep. Enforcers came, set fire to it. I didn't make it out in time. I switch on my Vox. Get some enforcers and Medicaid personnel in here now. There's a man in need of revival. Once he has recovered, assign him to be a scribe's apprentice. He is too badly injured to get back to a worker's life. A blissful smile twists the man's lips, and a tear forms at the corner of his ruined eye socket. The God Emperor has sent you to save me. You are his light. You are his grace. Thank you. Thank you for not leaving me here. Never forget the mercy that the Lord Captain has granted you. When the Undying One is ready to accept a soul, it must be sent forth, and so it will be freed from the torment of the flesh. Yet you have chosen to prolong this one's suffering? Your intentions perplex me. You know anything about the mark next to you? A spinner came, he painted the symbol, then he gave me water and whispered a strange verse. He told me to memorize it and to recite it later so that help would come. And here you are. Then I should. He begins to whisper, his lips twisted in pain. The soot-smirched soul, her mercy she did grant. Last breath expressed, knife met heart. Removed from chest, passed on to death. Her duty blessed, a balm for those who suffer, anguish and distress. A longing brought to rest, of mortal bonds the soul divest. The crux of this test is clear. In order to follow the saint's footsteps, you are supposed to kill the young man and thus release him from his suffering. The cultists want to see if you understand the philosophy of those you seek. Help is on the way, just hold out on a little longer. I did not kill him. What are you doing? Burning the poor shacks, Lord Captain. The rabble build them, cutting off the air supply to the next bay, and making it difficult for the Inferni to work. We've told the serfs to get out of here time after time, but they won't listen. Captain Frenzo has ordered everything to be burned down, and afterward, this area to be sealed off. I have no more questions.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Stack of ration cards. And a charred scrap of parchment. Then past the marketplace, make sure the enforcers, or you'll ruin the entire operation. On the tracks, behind, you'll find little gift for, give it to him and you'll see for yourself.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Alright, we have a door here.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Looks like I got everything in there.
Victory awaits!
Alright, what do we have going on here?
We shall prevail.
Alright, we're talking to the beggar here. Group of beggars are rattling their alms mugs and ostentatiously displaying their hunger-sunken bellies and various disfigurements. Toothless man falls to his knees before you. Your lordship, spare a throne for those who can't even get the worst jobs. As much as my character is an iconoclast here, if they can't serve the ship, then they're just kinda wasting resources, you know? I won't kill, but...
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Couple more shifts, yada yada. The Infernus Master salutes you cheerfully with his Eho stick. Lord Captain, what an unexpected encounter. What brings you to this compartment? Famous cuisine and magnificent vistas, no doubt. I seek the Bloodspun Web's temple. You know where they are hiding? I don't have the foggiest idea. It's probably for the best. I have my hands full as is. And what are you doing here? I'm here to patch up Savage Locomotive number 3 under the Tech Priest's supervision. That old grump is my personal favorite on the entire freight line. Every couple of years, Savage gets mad, his boiler catches fire, and starts spitting steam at the repairman. Guess who they call to take care of him in these situations? The Inferni, of course. And after I've done all the most dangerous work, that's when the Iron Brains come in. But that's alright. I love Savage. When he's in a good mood, the feeling you get standing at his levers and speeding down the freight line is indescribable. I envy those Tech Priest drivers who get to operate him every day. The roar of the boiler the wheels thumping like mad, and all that furious power pulsing in your hands, responding to the slightest movement. How about I introduce you? Is it safe? Oh, I refuse to believe Savage would dare scald the Lord Captain. He definitely should not. I cannot turn down an offer like that. The panel before you is covered with technical runes, lumens, and levers. The platform shakes with the boiler's mighty vibration as the iron beast beneath your feet growls and snorts ferociously. Heinrich squints contentedly and whispers the litany of ignition before turning to you. The machine is angry and refuses to obey. Right now, Savage is powered only by the auxiliary maneuvering engine. We will need to start the main rotor if we want to take a trip down the freight line. Initiating the train blessing algorithm. Let not corrosive wares separate the wheel sets. Let the traction, drive, receive the touch of the motive force granted by the invisible hand of the Omnissiah. Let his grace strengthen the joints and supports that lift the body above the decay of mortal tracks. Hear me, driver, and praise the machine god thrice, for it is only by his will that the miracle of sacred locomotion is accomplished. The blessing has been successfully executed. Listen to the rumbling noise coming from the boiler. The stubborn machine does indeed seem remarkably similar to a wild beast. The roar of the mechanism resembles hoarse growling, and the scarlet glow of the lumens on the control panels make you think of a malicious glare of a predator. The spirit of this machine is vicious, but strong and lively. I resolutely grab the biggest lever. A deafening clang resounds from Savage's innards, and the train shudders underfoot as if preparing to leap forward. Oh, careful, your lordship. Don't let the monster smash us against the nearest wall. Put your hand on the big lever and gently give it a pull. Very gently. Savage does not like being hassled. Alright, I grab the lever, gently pull it toward me. A few erratic jolts shake the platform, and an indignant groan emanates from the depths of the machine. An intense shudder passes through the lever and into the palm of your hand, and there is a strange feeling of emptiness in your stomach. Savage's fiery heart is stirring. You feel it? There's so much energy and defiance in him. This is a rocket, not a locomotive. Unruly and enamored with speed, but quite willing to submit to a strong hand. Pull that lever towards you, smoothly but firmly, then pump the fuel with this command rune. Smile at Enric, unruly and defiant, but submits to a strong hand, much like yourself. Pull the lever, pump the fuel. A new explosion inside Savage shakes his iron body, causing your eyes to see double from the vibration. Now you're feeling his real power. He can run down the entire freight line in a minute, given the chance, and kill everyone who rides him at that speed. Now try applying some thrust to the main rotor. Grab those paired levers and give them a firm tug. Tech use. 100%. A torrent of steam bursts from the slit in front of your face, but Heinrich deftly covers you with his shoulder. A moment later, you realize that you cannot hear a thing. Rather, you hear only one thing. The roar of the engine. Triumphant and powerful. Looks like Savage has agreed to not kill us both. His tech priest guardians will be pleased. All hail the Lord Captain. You have subdued a mighty beast today. Now I'm sure you have urgent business to attend to, and it's time for me to drive Savage down the line and see if he's feeling cranky. That was most intriguing, Heinrich. I am pleased. Could I have wished for anything more, your lordship? 3. Change of plans. Full speed ahead. We're heading down the freight line. Have a good trip. Everything is going to be alright. A savage would never fry me. Right, Savage? Okay, there's another symbol here.
About time.
And this place is large. Lots of loot to be had, too. Ah, and there's loot over here as well. How do I get to that? I see, it's over there. Okay. Which is somewhere I have not been able to get to yet. Cool. Alright, ads are gonna play. They play for 3 minutes every hour. They turn off pre-rolls and mid-rolls for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch you all in 3 minutes. Alright, the ads are done. And I can continue continue gaming. Ah, my mouth is failing me today. Let's talk with this flute player. A group of gawkers are crowding around a makeshift stage, watching a strange duo perform. A man with odd-looking goggles pushed up on his forehead, hands wrapped in a worn leather gloves, plays a tune on a handmade flute. Next to him sits a stack of crates supporting some kind of game board. The scruffy rat is rolling some small glass balls around on the board. Watch the game. Several workers empty their pockets and start throwing ration cards, bolt nuts, and even a few power panels onto the small chest next to the board. The flute player winks at the crowd and switches to a different tune. The rat squeaks excitedly and starts rolling the colorful balls the players have chosen around the maze of tunnels on the board, but not a single one reaches the goal, a hole marked with a red circle. The rat just rolls all the balls off the board or into dead ends. Once the first group of players get their hopes dashed and leave empty-handed, new workers immediately take their place. I'm gonna watch the rat. The rat scurries around the board, spurred on by the flute. Its movements appear erratic at first glance, but after a while, you notice how consistently the balls seem to miss the goal at the very last moment. While the rat's clumsy, amusing scampering distracts the spectators, its nimble tail directs the balls away from the hole. I'm gonna fellowship here. I succeeded. Nice. The rat's movements, from the flicks of its tail to when and where it pushes the ball, obey its master's wordless commands with uncanny precision. The notes, the pauses, the rhythm, every part of the melody serves as a signal to the flute player's tiny assistant. Solve the mystery of the trick by analyzing its individual elements. Your mind eliminates all irrelevant factors, the ruffling of cards, the clamor of bolt nuts, the excited gestures of naive folk believing in luck where calculation reigns. There is only the game and its structural components, a skillfully crafted melody, and a trained pet that is smarter than it looks. Where others hear music, you discern a series of coded directives being issued to the flute player's tiny accomplice. The rat distracts the spectators with a show of clumsiness while precisely following its master's commands. This is how the balls just happen to roll past the goal, much to the chagrin of the participants. I'll toss a coin into the chest. A fine show. The crowd, which has been too absorbed in the performance to notice your presence, turns to you. Expressions of frightful awe appearing on the workers' faces when you start whispering prayers. The flute player's clear eyes widen in surprise. Then, with an open and friendly smile, he says, "Many a grand story of the Lord Captain's generosity is told, and I swear on my own flute today, I will add another. To a fortune peddler, the Lord Captain's grace is a gift from fate itself. Perhaps you would like to trade us some of that Captain's fortune of yours, your lordship?" "Who are you?" "I am but one of many. A voice in the crowd, a cog in the mechanism. His humble servant. Flute player is all they call me, because that's what I am. I make up tunes and give people respite after a hard day's work." "That is a curious-looking flute. How did you come by it?" "My mother loved music. She used to hum beautiful melodies to me, and when she passed away, I carved this flute from her hip bone and learned to play, out of sorrow and respect for her memory." "That's a little fucked up. Play one of the local favorites for me?" The flute player smiles mysteriously and brings the flute to his lips. Simple, brisk melody pours out of the instrument, The glum faces of workers and traders soften a little, and the tunnels around you seem less squalid than before. Long after the music is stopped, many continue to whistle in the unassuming ditty. A flute needs no words to sing, but I am curious to know what story your melody tells. The flute player awkwardly adjusts his goggles on his forehead. The story of a simple man from the lower decks, honest with himself and others. He risks his life to protect the oppressed from those corrupted by power. He takes from the rich and gives to the needy. He helps without asking anything in return. Nemesite, hero of tales, admired by children and grown folk alike. Let's see. Persuasion, a fairy tale indeed, risking oneself for nothing. If such a man existed, he would surely be profiting from your misfortunes in secret. The people look at each other in shock upon hearing this unpalatable fact of life. Their joy evaporates, leaving only the bitterness of disappointment. I think the song just died, but I won't despair. Life always suggests new melodies that people will like. Are you suggesting we play a game? Smiles eagerly. Please bless our little lark with your attention. Explain the rules of this game to me. It's simple. On this board, you play with fate. Choose a ball and give it to Bolts, my rat. If she rolls your ball into the pocket marked in red within 3 minutes, you win. If she doesn't, you lose. Simple. I'll play fair. Man readies his flute, and the rat dives under the board. You hear clawed feet scrabbling against the crate, and a few minutes later, a green ball pops in out of the center. The rat almost manages to get the ball in the hole, but sharply changes direction right at the last moment. Then it happens again and again. The last ball hits a dead end, signifying your defeat. Another round, your lordship? You know, I've heard wise visitors from higher up say that this little game offers more than just amusement. They say it's an opportunity to test different strategies, to learn more about others and yourself. Alright, I'll cheat this time. The man readies his flute, and the rat dives under the board. You hear clawed feet scrabbling against the crate. A few minutes later, a green ball pops out of the center. You've already seen through the flute player's performance. You listen to him play and watch the rat closely. Then at a certain point, you start tapping your fingers on the edge of the crate, adding your own rhythm to the tune. The rat scrambles in confusion, mistaking your commands for those of its master, and starts rolling the board towards the goal. When the ball drops into the red hole, a few impressed whistles come from the crowd, and the flute player laughs heartily. Cleverly done, your lordship. Well, I had no doubt that you would be a worthy opponent. And your strategy? I think I will keep it in mind for my future games. Shall we play another round? I don't have anything left to play for. I hope you have enjoyed yourself. I certainly won't forget my fateful meeting with the Lord Captain. Alright, that was kind of fun.
None shall stand in my way.
I'm still new to the art of exploring.
Ooh,
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
nice. We found some hidden goods. Okay, there's a commerce check here.
What a shame.
Failed at 90%, huh? So be it.
A new challenge for me?
Seeing if there's anything to do there. Nope.
Stop. There.
Alright, more goods.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Fortune smiles on us. An ill omen.
Stack of ration cards. Nice. That's the rogue trader. How many times do I need to tell you, you ungrateful maggots? Mistakes must be paid for. Have mercy, in the throne's name, I beg you. The battered worker throws himself at your feet and touches the toes of your boots with his dirty palms. Your gracious lordship, hand of the god emperor, save your unworthy servant. The irritated enforcer, get lost. The enforcer's heavy baton pummels the man's back and shoulders several times. His bones crack audibly. My sincerest apologies, Lord Captain. Your boot, I'll clean it right away. The murmur of discontent breaks out among the gawkers who have gathered around. None of the other workers dare come closer, but the anger on their faces is plain to see. I intend to hear this man out. Your lordship, I work hard, never even take breaks to rest, and all I earn is 7 ration cards with 15 mouths to feed back home. The enforcers shake me down every shift, just like they do every other honest hard worker who... Enough whining. You and your pals lifted a box of Nutribars a few watches ago, and 2 canisters of water before that. I didn't beat the life out of you because I took pity on you. And this is the thanks I get? You quarantined the hub for 20 watches and refused to give out rations if we didn't have cards. Cards we had no way to earn. Today you earned 15 cards in a single shift because you do the work of 3 people, right? Or did you take your pals to a dark corner somewhere, do them in, and take their shares? I didn't do them in. It was an axe. They got their heads bashed in by crates. The dead don't need rations. Oh, there's a lot here. Am I to understand that enforcers are appropriating earnings from workers after their shifts? We appropriate nothing. We just monitor and redistribute. The rabble are lying and thieving lot. We have instructions to stay alert for people holding more than the standard amount of ration cards to prevent supply embezzlement and famine. They do take our cards, your lordship, and then grow fat using them for themselves. The worker's eyes squeeze shut tightly as he whispers his accusations. Add a note of sagely depth to your voice. Society, you see, is much like a boot. Its toe proudly directs the foot of the Imperium forward, and yet it needs a soul to stand on. You are the soul, good people? That you are down here choking on dirt without ever seeing a sliver of light is not the result of someone's ill will, but rather it is the logical order of the world. I hope that understanding this fact will help you with make peace with the destiny. Nah. Return the cards and do not dare abuse your position again. I'm torn between 2 and 4. You both deserve punishment. Strip the arbitrary enforcer of his rank and give lashes to the thief. The worker snarls at the enforcer, who has suddenly gone pale. Didn't expect that now, did you? Once my back stops hurting, we'll see how brave you are without your baton. Low, incessant dissent begins to rise in the crowd, only to die back down as soon as the enforcers brandish their batons. The murmurs immediately turn into pleas for mercy. A sullen, red-bearded man with keen black eyes draws your attention. His oddly piercing gaze seemed to size you up the whole time you were speaking. But now, he has hastened to conceal himself behind the gawkers. The next thing you know, you are watching him hurry deeper into the tunnels. The discharged enforcer, surrounded by spiteful leers, glowers at the crowd as the beaten worker laughs uproariously, seemingly far more pleased with the other's misfortune than troubled by his own sentence.
Follow my lead!
There's goods here. Ooh. What do these do? I'll check those in a moment. %60 chance athletics. Alright, Abelard, get in there and do it.
Who thought that was a good idea?
Abelard, you failed me.
Victory awaits!
Is there nothing in here? Alright. Alright, let's move this container.
Expected result.
Abelard, you're fatigued.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Alright, Abelard. Ah, I see. It would have got me over there. Well, nothing to be done about it.
A new challenge for me?
I shall head back here. I'm gonna get Abelard all healed up. Alright, that should have fixed Abelard. Yes, it did. Alright. Nope, we don't want to go to the captain's quarters. We want to go this way. Back to the freight line. Once over here, I'm going to play with these a little bit and see what they do.
It's about time.
Oh, I can play a crane game. Oh, yeah. Oh, what? Am I missing something? Ah, I can secure the container in place. So what happens if I, That's kind of what I thought would happen, but I wanted to confirm. I feel kind of bad about that. But not enough to, you know... It doesn't really matter. It's, you know...
I won't tolerate weakness.
That poor enforcer, he did nothing wrong. Ooh, a power pick.
Victory awaits.
Alright, what's in this door? Haskell, open it.
Successful.
Why did I get a saving here? Oh. I see. Okay.
None shall stand in my way.
Several people are eagerly rummaging through a rack filled with weapons from the Enforcer's arsenal. A big man with pockmarked face is the first to react to your presence. He attracts the other's attention with a piercing whistle and barks out. Who are you? There's not supposed to be anyone doesn't matter. Identify yourself. Let's take a closer look at the suspicious individuals. Makeshift armor peeks out from beneath their ragged clothes, and their battered weapons display a patchwork of crude repairs. The group stares longingly at the rack where the good plasteel gleams, restlessly clutching their humble weapons. You notice the little finger on every person's right hand has been cut off. It's hardly a coincidence. Abelard, help these wretches realize the full extent of their unenviable position. Before you stands Lord Captain Zenevithar von Valentius, master of this vessel and everything on it, including those goods you are pawing at with your unwashed hands and your miserable lives as well. People turn to stare at you in disbelief and exchange heated whispers. The excitement is interrupted by the leader's roar. What are you gawping at? Hurry up and bend your backs as is right and proper. Your lordship, you must excuse these blockheads. I was taken aback myself. It's not every day you see the rogue traitor in the flesh. And as for this, I won't insult you by denying it. You've caught us red-handed. Who are you? The Hard Nines, a brotherhood from the Transport Bay 9. Don't think we're parasites? We do our bit for the prosperity of the ship. We're sort of, assistants to the enforcers. Self-appointed. We make sure that order is maintained in compartments where the enforcers are too lazy or greedy for bribes. We put a stop to robbery and free thinking, and we accept a small contribution as show of thanks. Why do you want my weapons? Are you going to rebel? To do business. We're no rebels. If anyone blasphemes against your lordship, we call the troublemakers to order, and we shed blood for the flagship without fear. I suppose that makes us defenders of the ship? You obviously did not expect anyone to be here. Are the enforcers providing cover for you? I wish. Renzo, the newly appointed captain, had our informant strung up. He's tightening the screws. Damn it, we can barely breathe. Today's the last time we'll come to pick over this compartment. You all have your little fingers cut off? What does it mean? It's our gang's initiation rite. Fine tradition. By voluntarily removing a finger, the newcomer shows their determination and willingness to join us forever. It's a badge of honor. Tell me why I shouldn't execute you on the spot? You could execute us, but who would take our place? Shameless scum who rob and kill to their heart's content? Bastards who accept mutants into their gangs and pray to the archenemy? There have always been outlaws on this ship. You're better off with outlaws like us, who don't go too far and who keep the heretics down. I suppose you may be of some use. I shall permit you to take a few of the more basic weapons and leave. Nah. We attack. Leader spits on the ground in annoyance. What in the void have I been standing here making speeches for? I thought we had ourselves an alright Lord Captain, but no, he's the straight-laced type. Bring it on then, your lordliness.
Submit, and you'll die quickly.
I'll turn you into corpse starch.
Whew. Alright. Abelard, you get as close to him as you can. These are a little scary, not gonna lie. How does that not provide cover? Alright. Cabela. You can be there. Argenta, I need you there. Pascal, you are the least useful here at the moment. And I shall be here.
Here we go.
I'm here, maggot.
Come at me. Who did they fire at? Ah, they fired at Cabela. That's fine. Alright. So here... Hot damn, these fuckers are tanky.
As the Emperor... Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor...
Negated? Scrap plating? Each stack of this effect allows this creature to ignore one instance of incoming damage. I see. Well, I made some mistakes then.
Let's make it quick.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Time to slaughter someone.
My ears are ringing.
Abelard has been poisoned. That is fair.
I will do my duty.
Alright. We shall taunting scream.
At your beck and call. Indeed.
I don't know why I did that.
Let's get to it.
That only makes my life harder. Bella, you can't do a lot right now. Well, can you actually? You can hop there. Alright.
As honor ordains. Caught by the web.
Hey, 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 don't be attacking Abelard. What the hell, man? Cabela. The friendly fire.
I shall not fail.
Yeah, I screwed myself on that. That's fine. I can just do it this way. Okay, that one's essentially dead. And I can do this. Cassia. We Waking Nightmare.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
And then I'll give myself another turn. This stacks on itself, right? Yes. Okay. I will come forward, use this. Analyze. That one's out of range, apparently. Analyze that one.
Running binary override.
Not exactly what I meant to use there, but that's fine. Also, I thought I used 3 movement points. I did. So how can I not get back to where I was with 3 movement points? Well, that's troubling.
Explorers know one route. Forward.
Probably Pascal? Nope.
Doubt is for the weak.
Nothing of value has been lost!
I mean, sure. Man, they are not able to do damage. Meanwhile, Abelard takes damage from Cabela just fine. We endure. We attack. I guess we... Yeah, I guess we taunting scream here.
It will be done. I've suffered worse.
As the tenants demand.
Okay, let's see here.
Trust me.
Ooh, that was a crit.
I am your blade and shield.
Alright, Cabela.
The shadows will see it done.
I shall... Oh, I don't have enough for captive audience. That's fine. I'll just blade dance then.
Caught by the web.
Here...
All too easy.
And then I guess I do more of this.
Already done.
If I may.
We buff Argenta a little here.
Me.
Give me another
If
turn.
you insist, Lord Captain.
That only hits him. Doesn't hit him as well. That's fine. 9 to 15, 9 to 15.
Nothing I can't do.
Why is it doing 0 damage? Scrap plating. I don't see scrap plating on you, though. Maybe that removed the last instance of it. Yeah, okay, it did.
Suits my purposes.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Sure, let's go with this. We'll get 2 attacks of opportunity from it.
For the serfs?
One fewer target.
Nice. I will give the full turn to... myself.
I'll show you why navigators are feared.
This costs nothing here.
Nothing I can't do.
How does Veil Degradation work? While Veil Degradation is fit 14 or less... Okay. Sanctioned Psychers using minor psychic powers have a 5 plus Psi rating divided by 2% chance to trigger psychic phenomena. So 6 divided by 2. So okay, I just rolled a 3% there. That's what it is. That's fine.
Suits my purposes. All too easy.
Yeah. I'm enjoying this build. First time playing a caster build in this game. Like, pure caster build. Granted, it's only my second time playing, period, but... And the first time I only, like, got just past Footfall, essentially. Pascal, what do we want you to do here? Pascal fam, you can just come chill out here. There's no need for you to do anything this turn.
As the Emperor... Faith without deeds is worthless. I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Just a minor setback.
Cabela, no! Why must you always end up injured? One, two, three, four, 5. 14 to 16. 14 to 16. 14 to 16. We endure. And we have Abelard charge in.
At your beck and call. An exemplary strike. Indeed. I took care of this one.
I bring mercy and retribution.
Captive audience.
Trust me. Let your soul be purged.
And then we just slap again.
Nothing I can't do.
battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
Alright, let's give Argenta an extra turn.
I'll do it.
Argenta, can you maybe not? I'm sorry, Cabela. Sometimes sacrifices must be made. This has... "76%, 76%.
As the Emperor
Oh.
commands, I act.
We missed anyway. Abelard, no! Alright, what do you have here?
I will do my duty.
One, two, three, four, five.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Nice 38 damage. %30 chance to hit, huh? We hit him.
High momentum.
You know what? Sure, Cabela. Why not?
Let not the righteous fear. May their blades be sharp.
My blade whispers your name is a blessing.
Easy.
Follow my lead.
And all we got from it was a fresh injury on Cabela,
What torments
which
you?
Cabela can take care of.
Do you think my body was suffering?
And then we can just put a new one in. That fight was nice and chill. Scrap chainmail. Casing chest plate. Ooh. Bolt pistol, we don't care about that. The casing chest plates, I will grab one of.
Your seneschal
And see
is
how it
always there for you.
compares with the heavy leather armor. It's actually better than the heavy leather armor. Nice. We add those to cargo. We look through cargo. And then we take these back out in case I need them later. I don't think I will. I don't think I have any more heavily armored
It's about time.
folk, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. Two-handed ranged weapon. Rate of fire, 8. Interesting. It is slightly less damage than the well-maintained las gun I'm using, but has higher armor penetration, higher rate of fire, less dodge reduction. That might be worth on somebody. Pascal, maybe? Here's a las gun. I don't think it's worth on anybody. Sadly.
My success is an irrefutable
I'll lay
certainty.
claim to the stars.
Cool. Alright. It is that time of the hour again. Ads are going to play for 3 minutes. I don't do anything during that period of time, so nobody misses out on any content. And it turns off pre-rolls and mid-rolls for the next hour. I am probably going to be gone for slightly longer than 3 minutes, because I'm going to go find something to eat real quick. But I will be back very shortly. I have returned. I'm only slightly late. what I wanted to make, or what I wanted to grab, is no longer good. So then I had to spend a little bit of time searching and came up with, returning with 2 cans of tuna. So I'll be, eating those at some point.
Victory awaits!
Possibly during the next ad break. So, what do we have here? Laborer? Lower decker. Two people fighting? It's been waiting for you. How was your shift? You worked hard. I helped out a friend with the loading. He gave me some cards. Take them and exchange them for new shoes. Yours are all worn out. Oh, thank you. I've already made your bed for you. So once we've eaten, you go out and rest. The little ones and I will head to the marketplace and leave you in peace. Why did the Emperor send me such a wonderful wife? What is going on in this cutscene? We saw something. Ah, goods right there. Stealing some ration cards. You know, no big deal. They don't need the food. Ah, those goods are down there. Sorry about that. I was just opening one of my cans of tuna. Alright, so this goes down. I don't need to go down yet. I will use this over here to try and climb across.
Nothing matters more.
It's about
Let
time.
us see what I found.
Nice.
my warp sight reveals something.
We're getting all of the stacks of food ration cards. I'm sure they're used for something. Oh, we are so close to level.
Follow
Alright.
my lead.
I'm going to do the skill check then, in hopes that it gets us some XP.
Compared to naval service, that
Well,
was
it
barely
gave
a
3.
challenge.
That's something, I suppose. Down we go.
Something of interest.
I better myself through my service.
These crates are typically used to transport weapons. The worn away markings make it impossible to determine where the shipment came from, and the scuffed surface indicates that the crates have been moved frequently. The day the Lord Captain wandered into our slum will be remembered in legends. The broad-shouldered man raises a hand in greeting. His old prosthetic creaks plaintively as it takes the weight of his body. The locals and the enforcers call me the foreman. I have no other name. You might say I'm in charge here, in this hole of a place. You recognize the shaggy red beard and keen black eyes. This is the man who was watching you during your encounter with the enforcer and the station worker? I saw you near the marketplace. What were you doing there? Watching one of my workers take a beating. I feel sorry for the lad, but there's nothing I could do. The foreman smiles wryly, showing his yellowed teeth. Almost all of the front ones have been knocked out. I've stuck my neck out in the past, not doing it again. Tell me what life is like for the workers on the lower decks. They toil day in and day out for the glory of the ship. The rest of the time, they do their best to survive, faced with hunger, the more deranged of the enforcers, void, leprosy, fires, floods, noxious fumes. Foreman lists these on his fingers, although he has fewer than nature's average to work with. In a word, it's a decent enough life. If you work, you survive. If you freeload, you also survive. If you're clever. Well, and if the God Emperor wills it. What are you cooking in that vat? Believe it or not, this soup, made from mold slime and technical drain water, has been simmering here in this vat for at least 200 years non-stop. See the growth on the walls over there? We harvest it, dry it, and use it to season the soup. If we're lucky, the smell attracts a void rat, and someone gets to have meat in their bowl. The foreman points a finger proudly toward the vat. It's not for those who can't even earn a ration card. It's for those who can't even earn a ration card. I feed them in exchange for services or favors. Sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't. My people keep an eye out for workers trying to eat 2 bowls in one sitting. One is enough to fill your stomach for an entire watch. Some complain about the taste, of course. Ingrates. Hand these out to the... I give him a pile of ration cards, hand these out to the people. You'll know who needs them most. He opens and closes his mouth in astonishment. Lord Captain, you've just helped some good families survive. I'll divide the cards among them, and be sure to tell them it was your lordship who did them this good turn. Oh, this is gonna probably give me some debuff or another. Give me some of that soup. Let my servants see that any food is a great blessing. I don't think that's a good idea. Mold slime is something of an acquired taste. Takes 2 years, maybe 3, for your stomach to get used to it. Abelard. Pour me a bowl. I know what I'm doing. This'll be interesting. As you wish, the foreman hands you a bowl of hot, viscous sludge. The smell could be worse, probably. I'm going to be sick. Substance analysis complete. The outlook is dim. It is recommended that you dispatch authorized units to locate an appropriate successor. Oh, baby. The screen turned a slightly different shade. Burroughs test succeeded. With the first spoonful comes the immediate urge to regurgitate the disgusting sludge. The heave is followed by dizziness, yet you stoically persist and force a slimy chunk of something indeterminate down your throat. The crowd is gawking at you, wide-eyed. Glory to the Emperor, who nourishes us. Your words echo in absolute silence, which lasts only a moment before the starving poor erupt into prayers to you and him, tears glistening in their eyes. Lord Captain himself has tried our food and found it worthy. Remember to be grateful for any nourishment as it is a blessing. Foreman bellows and roars while discreetly interposing himself between you and the crowd of ecstatic commoners, who look like they might otherwise swarm and accidentally trample their overlord in a frenzy of adoration. Lord Captain, I beg another second of your attention. Please accept this humble gift from us, the common people of the Bay, for all the good you do. It's the most precious thing we could get your lordship. Hidden auto-stimulant. If the wearer did not move during their turn, or became immobilized, slowed, stunned, or knocked prone, they gain temporary wounds equal to 6. Maximum move points. Gotcha. If the wearer has Conviction Iconoclast, all their allies immediately gain the same number of temporary hit points. Ooh. I like that. Because there's a lot of turns where I don't move. I just attack at range. And that gave us level. What conviction am I considered at the moment? Am I considered iconoclast or dogmatic? It doesn't say. Well, we'll find out. And we get our level up, level 14. We can get Psyker Majoris here. So we'll get our spells, or our fire spell will be more powerful. Like, I'm 90% sure this is what I take. There's, like, no shot that's not what I take. And then here, I go awareness. Cabela. Agility, weapon skill, toughness, I think. Yeah, I'll go toughness. And then Escape Artist is pretty nice here. What else is there? Could go Dance Partners, because we have 2 swords equipped. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go Dance Partners here. What was the other option? I feel like I'm having a stroke here. Ah, right, it was Escape Artist. So it's either Escape Artist or Dance Partners. And I think I go with Dance Partners. Over here, we go Strength. And what do we get here? Let's go Stronger Together. Then here... Um... What does Nimble do? 10% bonus to dodge. That's not enough to warrant a level up. 2 movement points. Also not enough to really warrant a level up. I really want to like Litany of Hatred, but the lack of willpower is making it not great. How's it going, Xander? Would you prefer I just call you San? Or do you want me to say Sanerp? Or if I'm mispronouncing it, let me know how to pronounce it. How's it going? Hope all's well. The Emperor protects indeed. It's going pretty good here. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to build Argenta here. I kind of have a talent here that I don't know what to do with. Sanny's good? Sounds good. Kind of. I got, to the point where I unlocked the ability to do colony projects back when the game launched, but I didn't progress any further than that. Like, I had just unlocked it, and then I didn't play anymore. And now I'm playing again, and lots of things have changed. No more just infinite turn cycling shenanigans. Thankfully. Still plenty of busted things, just not that one specifically. I do appreciate it. I am going Heavy Bolter with Argenta here. Do you have any suggestions on talents I could give her? I suppose I could just go It Will Not Die. That's, like, rarely a bad option. Never, like, the best option, but I've given her Rapid Reload, Swift Slaughter, Dash, Stronger Together, Unpredictable, Firearm Mastery 3, Fired Up, Rapid Fire, Bolt Weapon Expert, Heavy Weapon Proficiency. I am having her use a Sniper right now, just because it does more than her Bolt Weapon does at the moment. The moment I get the Heavy Bolter, though, I'll switch over. I'm thinking it's between It Will Not Die and possibly Grenadier. Also, how's it going, Wolf Fuzzies, if I haven't said that yet? Ah, hell with it. I'm just going It Will Not Die. I'm playing on Unfair Grim Darkness, so a little extra HP will never hurt. And you are my Lore Imperium person. Pascal, what are you getting? Ballistic skill? I think. It's better than weapon skill. I'm not having you go into melee, so... An additional servo skull connected directly to the Tech Priest subsystems, systems, increases their perception by 10. Sure. That doesn't sound terrible. Right? Int, perception. Yeah, we'll go with that. Yeah. The regular bolter is pretty badass. I'm just enjoying the extra range on the sniper rifle at the moment. And I do appreciate the in-depth answer. And yeah, I will be grabbing calculated fire at some point, probably. And here, yeah, I'll grab the scanner mechandrite. Here... we grab some fellowship. He is currently my face. Sure, why not? I remember that being pretty good. Might not be the best option at the moment, but it'll be nice later. Currently it's +2 damage. +3 damage, because cascading 5 as well. So yeah.
Victory awaits.
Oh, that's not what I... Stay down here. I just decided to eat from the soup. It was delicious.
Stand in my way.
Oh, there's goods over here. Must loot everything. Of note, once I am done with this game, be it 3 like real attempts at the game at beating Unfair Grim Darkness, or actually getting a win, I will be going back to Baldur's Gate 3, which is what I was playing before the DLC came out, and trying to get an honor mode win on that.
Never doubt me.
Give our gift to the one who sees nothing but hears everything. Then the truth will be revealed to you.
A new challenge for me?
I just love CRPGs. They are my jam. The game auto-saved. I don't know how I feel about this. There's a lot going on here. I'll work my way through this corner first. I feel like that... Oh, nope. Okay, something's going on here. Alright. Stop being so bloody difficult to... what's that thing the death cultists say? Your time has come, or what have you? No, please. What did I do? Talk about being everywhere at once. How about we take his stuff up to the marketplace? We'll get to eat soup tonight. I see.
It's about time.
The specimens before you must be the most repellent inhabitants in the compartment. They are covered in sores and bald patches, glistening with pus, and the stench of unwashed bodies brings a tear to your eye. One of them glowers at you and grunts, "What you want?" Where's the option to have Abelard introduce me? Aw. For what crime did you kill this man? For the crime of wealth. That dead bastard had rations and fuel cells. We'll trade them for porridge. I'm the Lord Captain of the ship. On your knees, insolent scum. The outcasts look at one another and burst into hoarse, gurgling cackles. The Lord Captain in our shithole, and I'm St. Drusus, and here's my regalia. The man exposes an armpit riddled with boils. Gracious Emperor, why are we talking to these horrible people? I fear, Lady Cassia, that these and many other questions will be left unanswered. Even meeting wretched heretics such as this brings me joy. Wiping out even a drop of corruption is still a worthy deed. You detect a note of hysteria in the vagrant's laughter. The fingers of many are convulsively trembling. And there is something in the fearless way they look at you, an indifference to death, too strange and unnatural. What are you, mutants? Invalids? Mold eaters, outcasts, folk who have no place even among the lowest of the low. Some were born that way, some were driven out to keep them from spreading the contagion. The foreman won't let us near the vat. The enforcers try to shoot us on sight, as if it's our fault that we were born in a terrible place. We are worms in the rotten belly of the ship, fodder for disease. The outcast licks his lips, and you see a tongue studded with small, underdeveloped teeth. This is no disease, but an obvious mutation. The longer you stare at the man, the more deviations from the human form you detect. Wretches such as this, disfigured by genetic abnormalities and disease, are the perfect breeding ground for true corruption. You were sentenced to death for committing murder on my ship. We'll gut you and trade what you have on you for a pile of scran. Hey, outcasts. Come on up if you want to share in the spoils.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
Let the blood flow.
Alright. Couple there. Those there. 3 up there. And there's no cover anywhere to be found. But it doesn't look like any of them have guns. So I'm not caring too much. Cover doesn't do much when you don't have, or when they don't have guns. Okay, this one goes first. Then those 3, then Argenta. Come here, Argenta. Cabela. They're all melee. Cabela has a relatively good dodge and parry. Yeah, this is probably fine.
Such is the will of chaos.
I serve the ruinous powers!
Alright, Argenta. Ah, there's some up there, too. Neat.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak.
I missed that one twice on a 95 and hit the one behind it. Whatever.
Chaos guides me. I've suffered worse.
Crush the feeble. I serve the ruinous powers.
Alright, so first things first.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
That's whatever. Alright, I'm able to hit all three of them and not Cabela. And then I can Waking Nightmare these three.
If I may.
That'll do. Oh, neat. The, lidless eye or whatever actually hit the one there. That works perfectly for me.
Never wavered in the face of adversity. Not a problem for me. Suits my purposes.
Yeah. Yeah. I like that. I like that something fierce. I probably should have used this first so I got more momentum. I need to remember to open with this. It's fine, though.
Request approved.
Alright. I will... Tactical Knowledge.
Running binaric override.
And then we slap.
The Omniscient knows all, comprehends all.
Here...
I shall not fail. Your soul be purged.
Okay, how do I want to do this?
The shadows will see it done.
I will Blood Oath on
Trust
this
me.
one.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing. As the tenets demand.
Damn, it didn't actually kill. Alright, well, sometimes unlucky.
I bring ruin.
Did it skip Abelard's turn? What? Oh, because he was kicked and knocked over. Righto. I dash over here.
I act.
Chaos guides me.
Reading damage.
There is only death. Yours or mine.
What the hell is this garbage that spewed from them? Oh, gross. Cabela. You're unclean. Alright, let's boost Abelard here. And then we can come here. Lidless Stare to hit both of them. Before I do that, I will Waking Nightmare them.
Emperor, give me strength.
And then Lidless Stare them.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
All too easy.
I shall open with that. I could kill Cabela here. I don't care to, though. Funny as it would be.
Already done. Housing me was your biggest mistake. Not a problem for me. Nothing I can't do.
Alright, and then we can get rid of this one.
Value has been lost.
Running binaric override. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Alright, Cabela. Get over here. Leap into them.
Death comes in silence. Blade whispers your name.
Okay, we Blood Oath on this one.
Aim for the heart next time. As honor or...
We are healed to full. Though we do have, just a fresh injury, that's all. Surprised she doesn't have any traumas. Usually she does by this point.
The shadow will see it done. Trust me.
What is the range on this? Negative. Alright. I could just do this. But I think I'll save it for Abelard this time. I should have captive audienced. That's fine. Immediately restores all AP and MP and gains 5 MP. They do not lose MP after performing attacks. The warrior has no limit on melee attacks this turn. Okay. We move back here so that we can do a charge.
Follow my lead.
We're okay with that. Here we endure.
Grey hair, sure hair.
We taunt.
Indeed. No matter the cost.
Alright, and then we get to slap.
One fewer target. It will be done. Victory is him. I took care of this one.
And then it's just those two. Sadly, can't charge again. So instead, I'll move here and just use this. Argenta.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. As the Emperor...
Well, we almost got it.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
Oh, that outcast is back to full health. I did not notice that. That is fine.
As honor ordains. As the tenants demand.
I will do my duty.
An offering of blood.
I see what's happening here, and I don't like it.
Already done.
Thankfully, I have just an absurd amount of range.
Not a problem for me.
Yeah, crippled leg. That's kind of what I
won't
figured.
Tolerate weakness.
Relished Anguish. At the end of the wearer's turn, they gain temporary wounds equal to the amount of collision damage inflicted by the wearer this turn. Interesting. Prepare the control panel.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Lord Captain has... Oh, what the... Lord Captain spent too much time in the Pestilence Pit by the Void Ship's freight, line. And now his skin is covered in inflamed blisters. There must be someone on board who knows how to purge the rogue trader's body of this affliction? Ooh.
Victory awaits!
Stop! There!
See, right there. Duty prevails. The Emperor favors me today.
Haskell. Oh, nope, never mind. All sorts of traps there, huh?
Myself through my service.
The machine gun grants me insight.
Martyr's Bone Charm. If worn by a Death Cult Assassin, when the wearer gains a stack of Blood Blessed, they also gain 10 toughness for 2 rounds. Does not stack. If worn by a Death Cult Assassin, whenever the wearer kills an enemy, that enemy explodes in a fountain of blood. The cells nearby are covered in blood as if affected by blood file. Alright.
Is my duty.
Well, we got some new gear for Cabela here. Who was this? Cool. No one finds the courage to approach the bodies, yada yada. Okay.
I do what I must.
There is loot to be had here somewhere, but where? The map shows it. Is it here?
None shall stand.
Ah, found it. Book of War Prayers. The wearer deals 10% more damage to Xenos and demons. The wearer has Conviction Dogmatic. This bonus is doubled. Welcome back, Kyo. It goes. I apparently got a suspicious rash from being down on the underdecks for too long.
new challenge for me?
Alright, and then there's some loot to be had up here, it looks like. I'm gonna blame, drinking, or eating a bowl of whatever the hell this is. But it was so delicious. Alright. Once an hour, every hour, I play 3 minutes of ads. It disables pre-rolls and mid-rolls for the next hour. I don't do anything during the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. I'm gonna use this time to eat one of my cans of tuna. I will catch you all in 3 minutes. Alright, the ads are done. I consumed a can of tuna. Let's talk with the foreman. Maybe he knows how to get rid of my disease. You know where it is? Cultists don't let people like me in on their rights and mysteries. I'm grateful to them for their service to the God Emperor, but to be honest, I can't get behind their love of death. I'm much too fond of living. Yeah, maybe. blindfolded old man. Old man in pitiful rags listens intently to the sound of your footsteps. A stinking piece of cloth is wrapped around his eyes, with greenish pus oozing out from under it. The old man lays his trembling hands protectively on the heap of junk that serves as his bed, as well as his table. An empty beggar's mug makes a clinking sound next to his withered leg. Throw a strip of dried ration meat into his mug. Here, have something to eat. The old man ravenously sinks his remaining teeth into the meat's tough fibers, but soon gives up on chewing and swallows the piece whole. Could this be a true miracle of the Emperor, or is it just another dream? What happened to your eyes? The void rats gnawed them out while I was asleep, and the sewer water my wounds were washed with was infected, turns out. The pain became a stinging feeling that won't go away, and only got worse. How does a blind old man survive in a place like this? People help me? Good people? Not so good ones too? There, next to you, weapons are usually transported in crates like those. I want to look inside. Weapons? How would something like that wind up in our bottom of the bilge compartment? I did not mean to alarm you. I simply wish to learn more about, my people's lives. Your people? Could it be? Our Lord Captain? Our benefactor? Is it really you? Our gracious Lord, we know you well. Your charity gets us through the day, and we pray for you always. But what are you doing down in this? Please hurry away before they know you're here. They're plotting something terrible. This crate is where they hide their... The Vat Guard killed him. Pathetic fool. That's our secrecy gone right down the shitter. Folks, we're gonna have to make some noise. Common worker, her face so nondescript it looks almost scrubbed off, is aiming a weapon at you that she produced seemingly out of nowhere. Leave no witnesses. Poor lad indeed.
Take a knee and bow before me.
Show them no mercy.
Guided by faith. I'll do it. You can escape the Emperor's judgment. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. Eradicate it. Faith without deeds is worthless.
I shall not fail. Killing brings me no pleasure. As honor ordained. Caught by the rope. The shadows will see it done. As honor ordains.
Let's get to it.
I will not die in dishonor. I feel nothing, fear nothing.
Hold on. Who wants some more? Here we go.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Be careful not to cross my gaze. Face the navigator's might.
Let's make it quick.
They shields me.
My ears are ringing.
My vow is to serve. Running by Rykad, right? The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Reduced to dust! Indeed. It will be done. Victory is imminent. Grey hair, sure hair.
High momentum.
Suits my purposes. Already done. Opposing me was your biggest mistake. Suits my purposes. do what it takes.
Aim for the heart next time.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Each strike is a prayer.
As the tenets demand. Trust me.
Show me what you've got.
Let's get to it. Let's get to it.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
You didn't stand a chance!
In the name of House Orcelio, I shall prevail.
Not a problem for me. Nothing I can't do. Nothing of value has been lost. I shall not fear. Opposing me was your biggest mistake. I won't tolerate weakness. Follow my lead.
Oh shit, how long have I been muted for? Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. I've been chatting up a storm, and it hasn't been, Oh, God. No! I hate it when I do that. Shit. Oh, well. Nah, I've just been talking the whole time. It's mostly just been reading what's on screen, though. Damn. Be steadfast in your duty and dialogue.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Ah, yeah, no worries. My throat is kind of killing me from, like, multiple days in a row of streaming this. It's so dialogue heavy, and because it's not fully voiced, I just read everything aloud. That said, generally speaking, if my throat gets too sore, I'll just end stream. So if I end up going quiet again, feel free to, mention it. Alright. That fixed Cabela. Now I need to figure out how to get rid of my disease. If my time streaming back in the day taught me anything, it was that if I just keep at it for a while, it fixes itself. My throat just becomes accustomed to it. It just takes a little. Gargling warm salt water helps at the end of the stream too.
It's about time.
A sinewy, middle-aged man watches the bustle of the bay with a detached expression. Every so often, whenever his eyes linger on the blood mark inscribed nearby, his face changes strangely and his hands clench into fists. Yeah, nah, that makes sense. Let's see here. Just as you begin to hear the rumble of an approaching train, the man's gaze turns toward the tracks. He leans forward. Abelard, do something. In the name of the dynasty, I command you to step away from the edge and explain the misdeed you were about to commit. What? I didn't... The man starts and almost falls, but manages to keep his balance. In the dim lumen light, you notice old scars scattered across his body. The scars seem vaguely familiar. I am registering this unit's intentions to use the train tracks for purposes other than those intended by their design. I categorically demand that the unit's self-disposal be carried out using methods that do not violate the catechism of maintenance and operation. Lore Imperium, look at the man's scars. The scars all vary in length, width, depth, and shape. However, you notice a pattern in the way the scars are aligned, as well as a series of faded symbols on the man's rough skin. Death cultists bear similar marks on their body. But spinners are constantly renewing their wounds, while this man's look long since healed. Your eyes always return to that blood symbol. What do you know about it? It's a symbol of the blood-spun web. I come here every watch, but it hasn't been here before now. I guess today must be a special day. Have you come to take me to the other side? He says to Cabela. I do not know you. Death's gaze is not upon you. The man lets out a dull groan and turns back to look at the symbol again. But then, why is it here? Who are you? A dead man. I lost my name years ago. I've just been another dead man ever since. You dare insult the rogue trader with your impudence? Your body may already be covered in scars, but your tongue seems to be asking for more. You look like you're about to take your own life. Are you having a rotten day? My whole life has been rotten, and I only have myself to blame. I tried to change things, fix things, but I always ended up here. So eventually, I accepted the truth. You know the symbols of the blood-spun web? You bear similar scars? Are you a spinner? And Die Hard Man comes in. I was, but I failed to complete my final assignment, so I was exiled from the cult. The Vizier told me to kill the one who would be at a certain junction of the utility tunnels at a certain hour. I went to the appointed spot, then I waited an hour, 2, 5. The junction was still empty. Nobody came. After hours of waiting, I finally realized the person at the junction had been me the whole time. It was my turn to go to the Undying One, but I was afraid. I couldn't do my duty. I ran. So the spinners simply let you go? They made no attempts to find you and kill you? There was no pursuit. I thought I'd see their black blades the very next day. Instead, years passed without them taking my heart. I tried starting a new life. The terror never stopped eating away at me. When I got truly desperate, I went to the Temple of Death myself, but no one there would speak to me. When I gave them my name, they just whispered, Sabraid has gone to the Undying One. They looked through me like I wasn't even there. I've lived like this for 20 years, like a coward, like a dead man. You were ordered to die, for what reason? The man looks at you, but some would choose to leave the righteous path, these earned penance in due time, for Whip Sing's vengeance on renegade menace, for Blade's past sentence, for cowards seek to hide their hearts, but death makes no pretendance. It takes what is due in essence. He stops, then adds hoarsely the third verse of the Song of Trailing Blood. The Vizier recited it to me before sending me on my final assignment. I didn't realize at the time that it was my judgment. Another verse, another step along the trail of blood. The riddle is trivial. It is time for death to take what is due, and the Vizier is waiting expectantly for you to carry out the sentence he passed years ago. There were plenty of reasons I sowed death. I offered him the souls of the most pleasing men and women I could find because it kindled my passions. I killed well-off crewmen who didn't deserve their wealth, and I took their thrones. I killed enforcers who looked into my eyes without fear, because I wanted to be feared. I reveled in bloodshed. I betrayed the tenants. I realized it, but I couldn't help it, because I enjoyed it. You do not sound particularly remorseful. I've spent years in remorse. I'm tired of it. Have you killed any more innocent souls since you ran? No, I've been afraid to touch my own knife since that day. Thought it might just stab me on its own. But the temptation is always there. You are a coward and a butcher of the innocent. I will not judge you. Nah, I'm going with 1. You're a coward and a butcher of the innocent. The Undying One is death. Truly, it is better to die for him than to live for yourself. This he forgot. Alright. A figure in decaying tatters is rocking to and fro, muttering indistinctly in several different voices, occasionally breaking into hoarse laughter. An ugly rusted... How did I... As you come closer, she freezes and turns slowly to look at you. An ugly rusted mask covers her face. Are you here to take Zedna to the other side? No. No, no, no. You're just wandering around in the dark, looking for the light, but it's nowhere to be found. Do you really not see it? Who are you? Old Zadina. Zadina the outcast, Zadina the mad, Zadina the disaster, Zadina the curse, Zadina the spurned. The woman hugs her arms to her chest, starts cackling loudly. Broken chains clink at her emaciated wrists and neck. A ghost of the past. A shadow of the present. Only the Undying One knows. He alone... What is this repulsive place? Do you live here? The woman scratches her neck nervously. You note her deformed fingers, ravaged by some unknown disease. Here, where the unfortunate meet their undeath. Here, a dumping ground for the bodies of those the Undying One rejects. Here, where pestilence dwells. Zadina welcomes them all. Talks to their ghosts. Here, where Zadina lives? Yes, that sounds about right. You talk to ghosts? You can't hear them? They don't like it when people come here? Lord Captain, this woman is clearly ill in both spirit and body. Best to leave her be. Her colors are all mixed, smudged, poised to reveal a pure shade of madness. And yet scarlet threads separate these trembling patches, preventing her from losing herself. Why are you wearing chains and a mask? You haven't escaped from the enforcers, have you? These gifts? These gifts they are. The chains clink to announce Zadina's approach, for others to hear. They hide, fearful of becoming like Zadina, afraid of losing face. There's a blood symbol next to you. I have seen such marks before. Is this another part of the song of trailing blood? Oh yes, the song. Here, listen, listen. She wandered in eternity and dark, yet was consoled. Web foretold, undying, one's blood secrets glowed, a light to guide her faithful fold. But threads must end, and so the spider did that which was owed, her life and death to ship bestowed. Final test. This time they want you to make a sacrifice. If one were to interpret this entire mystical search as a repetition of the saint's journey, then the logical conclusion is that you're supposed to sacrifice yourself to merge with the blood that has drenched the flagship from bow to stern. And you'll see if you learn to see. Look into the darkness, look. Cannot fathom what I'm meant to see here. You peer into the darkness, and are gradually able to make out the outlines of objects hidden in the shadows. Rotting corpses, rough walls, the twitching death throes of infected people left here to die. You see no light in this place, only more darkness and despair. You don't see, do you? You don't see. Zadina shakes her head frantically and starts tearing off her rags. Strips of her decaying flesh peel off along with them. You will not see until you become like Zadina, the flesh and blood of the ship. How do I become the flagship's blood? Oh, Zadina will show you, and you will see the true light. Come now. I can't see what's going on here, game. What kind of bug is this? Well, okay. I have no idea what was said or what I need to do. The rotating blades promise nothing but a senseless, brutal death. Slipping past them would require some unreasonably precise calculations or blind luck. While listening to the air currents, for a moment you think you hear Zadina's whispered prayer rising from the depths of the shaft. I could do dogmatic, I could do an athletics. Since there's no iconoclast here, I may as well do dogmatic. The Emperor does protect. I put my life in thy hands, for I believe truly that thou wilt protect. The words come easily and all of your doubt fades away. Somehow you know with certainty that your life will not end here. I jump. Yeet. The jump of faith, indeed, indeed.
A new challenge for me.
The Undying One has whispered that you would honor the Temple of Death with a visit. We are ready to serve. Kinda sucks that I can't have my party in here with me.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Tangles of improvised bridges constructed from beams. Okay. Just making sure I'm not missing anything here. Like these goods.
Victory awaits!
Old stone sarcophagi serve as the death cultists' beds, the bones of their deceased. Comrades are their bedding.
Follow my lead.
I like the aesthetic here. Oh, my party is here. They're just not with me. Frail old man, gray beard tinged with blood, folds his wrinkled hands in a ritual gesture. His body is covered in scars, some old, some fresh. His eyes are sewn tightly shut. His mouth is cleft at both corners, making his jaw seem eerily snake-like. And the Lord of the Ark walked the paths of unlife in the footsteps of the web's very first spinner. And the servants of death bowed before him, for the Domin is the giver of life. The old man goes still, his head turned to the side. He nods towards the temple's muffled silence. Yes, yes, truth like a stream pours from your lips. We welcome him as the tenants demand. Your hues are almost as pale as the gray of your beard. But what is this? A scarlet whirlwind shines through the faded colors. Thin blade appears in the old man's trembling hands, although his arms are stiff and look like they can barely bend. In the next instant, the dynasty's symbol is etched on his forehead, dripping blood. With a brief motion, he flicks the blood off his blade, and several drops land on your face. The blood-spun web welcomes its new lord. I am the Vizier. For many years we have waited, and now you are here. Sounds good, Sammy. Why is it you invited me here? Death whispered your name and commanded us to honor you with a sacred ritual. But only inside the temple can the spinners perform it. Yes, we are glad he has reached this place. We are glad to serve. What do you mean you have waited for many years? It was not so long ago that I made my acquaintance with the cult. As I delve into my divinations from the flesh and blood of the departed ones, I turn to a relic most ancient and priceless. It is his tarot. Inherited by the cult of the matriarch spider who spun the first thread, one of the readings I did back when I still had the strength to leave the temple and usher souls on their final journey. That was when, in the intricate tangle of destiny, I glimpsed our meeting, but when we would meet, alas, was not revealed to me. So we waited, year after year, and now the hour has come. You sense a strange disturbance around the Vizier. It is similar to the one that appears around Cabela, but stronger. He is not a psyker, or else he is such a powerful one that he can conceal his gift. However, his psychic potential is definitely higher than that of an average mortal. There are people like that in the Imperium, undiscovered by inquisitorial hunters. They live out their lives as individuals with a reputation for having strange things happen to them on occasion. Perhaps this decrepit old man is indeed capable of gleaning something more from the Emperor's tarot than just painted pictures. Vizier, is that some sort of title? It is the name we give to the first spinner. The one who has learned the wisdom of the tenets of the web in order to lead others. I may have a duty to instruct and spin bloody threads, but in all other ways, I am as much his servant and yours as anyone else in the temple. How did you manage to erect an entire temple in the middle of the ship without anyone noticing? Followers of the cult once inhabited the tunnels between the bay's bulkheads until the threads of fate were tangled in a domain of ages past, gave us this compartment. We set ourselves to building spacious halls where the shadows, the images of him, and the spinners themselves would whisper of death. And thus the temple that you see began to change with the succession of viziers and the cult's generations. We are building it still, slowly but surely. So you just walked my companions in here the normal way while I was forced to take that jump? Spinners guided them along a different trail? You had to take the step, for only you were meant to become the flagship's blood domain? There was no reason to test the faith of those who follow you. For this burden was for their lord to bear. I've walked the path of the matriarch spider. What now? The song of trailing blood tells of a path fraught with trials. By accepting it and setting out on that path, you passed the first one, the trial of resolve. For not everyone is prepared to shun their fear and doubt and embark on a search for the unknown, a search for death. The trial of compassion was the second one. You passed it when you put yourself, albeit briefly, in the service of another soul, a man suffering from burns. For the choice between life and death is to be made only by those willing to take responsibility for the pain of another. The third was the trial of justice. In assuming the role of judge for an apostate of our faith, you declared your right to influence the balance of life and death that the errant soul had upset. And the fourth was the trial of duty. For duty always leads to death. We are prepared to render our duty to the Undying One, fearless and accepting of our purpose, which is to serve him. You too have proven yourself prepared, and the 4 trials have brought you here. The path I have walked has helped me understand myself better. For the tenets teach us that the lesson learned is in itself the supreme reward for one who is open to self-discovery. Peace, my brother. The time has almost come. Who is it you talk to all the time? Turns his head as if looking around the temple. I see echoes of those who came before us and those who were with us. But I have since crossed over to the other side. My brothers and sisters raised by the cult. I hear them from beyond their deaths. They share their wisdom. I heed them. The other spinners, they hear not. For that burden is mine alone to bear. I see your eyes are sewn shut. Are you blind, or is that another of the cult's rituals? I was sighted for much of my life, until a disciple of mine violated the tenets, and I realized just how blind I had been. A lesson, but a bitter one. To look with one's eyes alone is to be easily fooled, but the heart cannot be lied to. Such is the truth, and such was my choice. I sealed my eyelids with Gaius of true sight. Now I see more and better. So this entire conversation is another test, I assume. The tenets command us to be prepared for all trials, corporeal and spiritual alike. Are you prepared, Domans and Avatar? His mouth closes, but you can still hear his whisper. Prickling sensation in your face is making you increasingly anxious. You raise a hand to your cheek, only to realize you can't feel it. You look at your palm and see a few smudged drops of blood from the vizier's blade. A strange, serene calm envelops your body. Your fatigue subsides and you seem to float in the air, seeing things you had not noticed before, the shadows in the corners taking on shape and color, the subdued lumen light playing on the cultists' bone masks. Are they really masks? Their tall, lean, empty-eyed wearers might as well be dead people. A chill runs down your spine. What is the meaning of this? Your heart is beating slowly, your breathing has become deeper, your thoughts are muddled. You seem to be under the influence of a potent stimulant. Look around the temple. One moment, the walls of Death's sanctum grow infinitely wide. The next, they are so narrow as to make it hard to breathe. The floor dances under your feet, and the Undying Emperor's statue seems to shake its head threateningly as it looks down upon you. You poisoned me somehow, did you not? My blood is infused with a concoction taken by those who follow the thread. It is sacred and harmless to us, but you, it befogs and afflicts. And yet, Domans and Avatar, you have grasped that the mind may fail the body and the senses. This was the trial of spiritual acumen. You have passed it. What happens now? That is for me, or for you to tell me. You look at the vizier and see, and his trembling frame seems smaller and insignificant. A single step is all it would take to crush him, but the visions are starting to wear off, and now the old man towers over you. The keen gaze of his sealed eyes is studying your every movement, waiting for a response. First you're gonna give me the antidote. There is none, but I will ease its effects and quicken its dissipation. 3 long, thick needles appear in the vizier's hand. A moment later, they're inside your body, one in your neck, one in your shoulder, one between your ribs, and you feel no pain or discomfort. On the contrary, your mind feels clear and your muscles regain their function. The vizier then carefully removes the needles. Now you will feel better. Alright. I'm going to play ads for 3 minutes. I do this once an hour, turns off pre-rolls and mid-rolls for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch you all in 3 minutes. Alright, the ads are done. We are back. Now you are going to initiate me as a servant of death. A servant of death? Hiss the echoing whispers from the temple. and the Vizier bows his head reverently. Thank you. You have become the blood of the flagship. Now you will become one of his faithful servants. We may not name you a spinner, for a spinner's thread demands the forsaking of one's previous life, but the blood-spun web will still accept you. The tenets allow it, but only for a doman who has followed the trailing blood until the end. Can I just, like, tilt my head back and, like, open my mouth? Sorry, was that a little too far? Upon the ritual platform at the Undying Emperor's feet, under the keen gaze of his dark, empty eye sockets, you feel completely insignificant. Surprisingly, the thick blood pouring from his hands onto your brow, chest, and shoulders is still warm. Bowed before his image, the Vizier assumes the ceremonial posture with incredible ease, his withered body moving swiftly and soundlessly. You are slowly plunged into the darkness to the sound of ritual chants and swooshing blades. Amid the noise of splashing blood and the cultists' whispers, you hear the words, "Death has spoken your name. Doman's an avatar. Death accepts you." Let's taste the blood. A rusty taste fills your mouth, causing a spasm in your stomach. Your head is spinning, but you struggle to determine if it's a thrilling sensation or one of profound revulsion. Offer a prayer to the Undying One. Each word, consecrated to him, echoes in your temples and chest. Your veins become hot, and your blood turns to liquid flame. You have no fear in you. A whisper seems to come from above, from the Emperor's lips of stone. I see you. Could the lingering intoxication still be playing tricks on your mind? The strange rash you developed in the freight line's pestilence pit grows pale and scabs over. A healing grace descends upon you. Heck yeah! Figured out how to get rid of it. Accidentally. Death has accepted you. Now, and for all of time, you are a Blood Warden, and the Undying One's most venerable servant. Blood Warden? Very flattering. I will add it to my other titles. Now that you are part of the Bloodspun Web, remember henceforth to beware of vanity, for it leaves gaping rents in the armor of our souls. Felt as if the God Emperor was watching me? To many, he comes during their time of service, in images of blood and whispers from the shadows, but remember that those are mere visions, for true death will not come for you until your time, and it will take your soul gently in its bony hands. So the ritual's complete? The ritual is complete, but you are not. The Vizier gestures for one of the cultists who is carefully holding a strange garment to come closer. For years, we have maintained fealty to the Domini. We have collected sacred symbols and relics. You are the first in 3 generations of lords and ladies to grace this sanctum, and the first of them all to be initiated, so we are grateful. We are uplifted in spirit. Hear our exultation and accept this gift of a vestment sewn from the bones of his faithful with threads of death. It is light armor, 30% armor light armor. 10% dodge if the wearer is not in cover. Plus strength bonus to wounds. Oh, that's gross. I love this. The cultists whisper prayers to the Undying One as they help you change your clothes and regain your faculties. Annoyingly, I still cannot control my companions in here. But I can, however... put on that chest piece. It's not the best for me, but it's better than what I'm using by a fair bit. That is my new outfit. Your internet? RIP. Oh, now I can use my whole team. I just had to go into my inventory.
None shall stand in my way.
Awesome. Alright, this is... level 16. I already chose this. Do these area attacks count for my AoE Psyker abilities? If so, I think it's that one. Yeah. Abelard. Here, you took 2. Melee attacks deal an additional warrior strength bonus divided by 2 damage. I don't know. They're all okay, but none of them are, like, as amazing as the first one I took. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with this. Over here, I went with 3 until the end of combat. And here, I'm going to go with... until the end of combat, the soldier's rate of fire is increased by 30%. Because both of these are till end of combat buffs, and I like things that give me buffs for the entirety of the combat. Cassia over here. Before, we took the during the extra turn, all their non-attacking abilities cost -1 AP. And this one will make it so that until the end of combat, the target gains the effects of Voice of Command. Once again, just has an until the end of combat effect. We like those. Cabela also grants Blade Dancer plus 4 additional charges of Death from Above until the end of combat. Death from Above deals plus agi bonus additional damage. Ooh. I like 3, I like 4. I kinda like 1 as well. How do I want to go about that? I think I'll go with this one. Reducing weapon skill is about as good as gaining dodge. And decreasing the armor and dodge of the person I'm attacking is also really good. And then over here, I don't think it matters. We got the relevant one earlier. The one that debuffed enemies. We're rarely going to be using Dismantling Attack. Yeah, heck with it. We'll go with this as well. That way, if I do end up using it on like a boss or something, you know, it just giga debuffs the boss.
A new challenge for me?
Alright. We can attempt this.
Just as I was taught.
The smoke tickles your nostrils, making you slightly dizzy. Such substances are known to induce visions or hallucinations. Domans and Avatar has honored us with a visit. We are glad. First spinner. Peace, Cabela. You are the shield. You are the shadow. You are the blade. So be them. Hola, Fiji. How's it going? Your traditions and rituals are rooted in blood and death. Many are frightened by that. Many are blind, even with their eyes wide open. Thus spoke the matriarch spider. People look at things without seeing their essence, which makes them easy to beguile or frighten. We adorn the tunnels with the bones of the righteous, that they may guard our faithful against corrupt deeds and thoughts. We use the blood of the unholy ones for divination, so we may see dangers. The blood of martyrs is our wine, for their suffering makes us stronger. People are afraid, but only because they see death as the end. Death, however, is a beginning. It is life and duty and oblivion. Death has many facets. That is its essence. That is its beauty. Heck yeah! Right, you restarted, didn't you? What kind of build did you go this time? What are the tenets of the blood-spun web? I want a clear answer. Every thread ends in death. Yes, I see he is still full of questions. What is your supreme commandment? Give and receive death, and to fear no twist or turn of fate. One who is afraid of death is already dead in their souls, waiting for the end, afraid to accept the inevitable. A life of fear is disgraceful. The true service is in dedicating oneself to death with no regrets. Arbiter Commander with a thing for shotguns. Heck yeah! So, supporty with a, if they get up in my face, I blow them up. I like it. What do your tenets say about human weaknesses? Smallest stain of rot is enough to ruin the most beautiful woven pattern. Weakness is a gateway into the soul, one we hold open for new failings. It is born of desire. Kill your desires, and your weakness will die along with them. The followers of the web are skillful fighters. What is your secret? I cannot share the full wealth of my knowledge, for it has taken me a lifetime to learn. But I can share this foremost lesson with you. Be guided by reason, not fury, when you fight, and seek no pleasure in killing. That is how you will win.
I won't tolerate weakness.
%65 chance. Abelard.
Expected result.
Good job, Abelard. Bloody Pact. Crimson Rage. The wielder can suffer maximum damage equal to 25% of their maximum wounds to regain +1 AP. Can be used multiple times per turn as long as the wielder has at least 50% wounds. Alright, this is gross. I love it. And we get another Spinner's Blade. Attack of opportunity with shotgun, and if the target fails a willpower check, then you shoot them. Voidborn, so you can be int focused build, so the shoddy hurts. Nice. Alright. That is my new, offhand weapon. I can just, toss Crimson Rage on when I want it, and then, put it back. You know, no biggie.
The shrouded faith, the blood-spun web. It is both frightening and awe-inspiring.
As is the fact that they have managed to claim a whole compartment to themselves, and the officers somehow fail to notice. I shall conduct an inspection.
How do I get up to the upper levels again? I can't find a way up there. Eh, whatever. That's fine. Front door? Ah, okay. Spinner, his face covered in carved, bleeding glyphs, makes a respectful gesture of invitation. Let me show you the way, Doman. The way to what? The path to where the lay people dwell is complex, web-like. Let me show you. Take me to the enforcer in charge of the freight line hub. I have business with him. Want to make sure I have done everything there. I finished inspecting this bay. Will there be any orders based on the inspection conclusions? The workers are to be provided with everything they need to service the freight line properly. Food and medicine will be delivered to the bay, and you are to demote any enforcers found to be abusing their authority to the status of workers. Zen's blind? Oh, my ship. I forgot that's what I named the ship. Because I am blind. Not, like, literally, but, like, may as well be half the time while gaming. My perceptions, my awareness is, in the negatives. The captain needs a moment to handle his confusion. Orders? Understood. The flagship's hull integrity is increased by +10. The plating of all sectors of the flagship is increased by +1. The freight line workers study to the best of their ability, applying newly attained knowledge for the betterment of the ship. Thanks to their efforts, logistical operations with the engineering bays have become more efficient, which has opened up new opportunities for fortifying the ship's hull. Nice. That's funny. Time passed. 3 days. Lord Captain, here to report your orders have been carried out. The compartment is already operating according to the new procedure. Saving game is impossible. What?
Victory awaits.
Does he have anything more to say? No. Alright, let's go exploring. See if there's anything new to show for what we did. Probably not. Or at least not a lot.
It's about time.
Yeah, it's looking pretty similar so far. Yeah, not really noticing any differences here.
None shall
I would have
stand
expected
in
at
my
least
way.
something to change. Maybe the foreman has something to say about it. By the way, Fiji, did you play the crane game? Where you lift up the thing here? Yeah, I found the autocannon. He is now using it. Did you do as I did?
I won't tolerate weakness.
I was curious. I could not help myself. I also decided to eat from the goop here. It was very delicious. How's life under the new rules I set? Much better, and we appreciate your care. We have half as many hungry and sick these days, May the Emperor bless you for the mercy you've shown us. Cool. So at least he had some dialogue that was different because of it. To the Void Ship Bridge. So let's see here. Achievements I've gotten today. Successfully mingled with people of much lower rank. You were less than precise with heavy machinery. You became a spinner of the blood-spun web. You decided the fate of the freight line with your void ship. Alright, cool.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
I have some questions about your visit to Rykad Minoris.
The request is approved. I am ready to provide the necessary information.
What brought you to Rykad Minoris?
I came heeding the call of my mentor, the blessed Archmagos Amanat. We were supposed to meet on Rykad Minoris and discuss my mission.
The people who wanted to kill you at the port weren't renegades, it was just a cover.
Thank you. Information acknowledged. I will analyze it and take additional security measures.
What do you think of this Abel, Hanuman?
I propose that it was the blessed Amonat who assumed this name. This name is assigned to me. His presence in the hands of heretics is categorically unacceptable. The canon of technological security commands that every effort be made to rescue a high-ranking bearer of knowledge.
That will be all for now.
Acknowledged.
I want to know more about your past.
The request is approved. I have no outright restrictions on disclosing this information.
Where are you from?
Information about my origins is worthless. I belong to the priesthood of explorators and came to the Coronis Expanse.
I have not played
100
Mechanicus.
years ago. Any events preceding that moment are insignificant.
I got dragged into this game by a mixture of loving Owlcat's other CRPGs, specifically Wrath of the Righteous, and then Fiji Mingle in chat having dragged me into Warhammer Fantasy, and it getting me curious about Warhammer 40k. So, it was a mix of those. That and the fact it's a CRPG, and I just love CRPGs. Sure. You can drop a link to YouTube. I appreciate you asking. How did you end up in the Cronus Expanse?
I was honored to become a member of the Explorator Cognizance Fleet. When the Adeptus Mechanicus summoned the faithful for an exploratory venture into the depths of the Coronis Expanse, I joined the fleet in fulfillment of my sacred vows of comprehension.
Why are you not with the fleet then?
Archmagus Amonat, my blessed mentor, commanded me to crew the orbital station Altar Templum Calixus X-17. This venerable temple station was founded in the early years of our expansion into the Coronis Expanse. It is currently a rear observation post of the Cognizant's fleet in orbit around the star Furibundus.
Who are the Exploradors?
The sacred fraternity of explorers. The cult Mechanica sent us out to the frontiers of the known sectors as researchers and conquerors. We are the warriors of the Code, who return to the lost worlds and devote themselves to recovering the lost ancient knowledge. Exploradors are granted the privilege of being more independent than many of our tech comrades. However, it has earned us a reputation as unstable and poorly controlled troublemakers whose unorthodox views are dangerously close to apostasy.
Tell me about your mechandrites.
They are my younger brothers and guides on the way to the Omnissiah. Their machine spirits are directly bound to my neocortex and pick up impulses from my subconscious. Sometimes they act ahead of my thoughts. This is how the Omnissiah leads me to comprehension. Acknowledged.
Alright, tell me more about the Adeptus Mechanicus.
I am honored to belong to the priesthood of Mars, guided by its tenets. We safeguard technology against the impure and the unenlightened.
Alright, I'm, one moment here. Getting that. And I will look at that later. I won't be looking at it on stream, but I have it open in a tab now so that I can watch it after stream. I do have a Discord if you want to join that, and, you know, you can post stuff in there, or we can chat, or whatever, during off hours. Not many people have been joining the Discord, lately. But, I hope to get more people to join and get the community growing again. I used to stream a lot, back in, like, 2017, 2018-ish. But I was doing, like, a bunch of mobile game streaming, gacha games. And I had a decently large community. Like, when I was streaming those games, I could get around 50 to 100-ish, average concurrent viewers. But I just stopped streaming for a handful of years, and I don't care for that kind of game too much anymore. So a lot of my old community is just not around anymore. Oh no, this was like pre-Genshin era. Things like Danmachi Memoria Freeze, Knights Chronicles. There was Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, which, while a card game, it's also kind of gacha, in a way. Stuff of that sort. There was Digimon Links. Gotcha, you got into gachas with Genshin. Yeah, Genshin made it far more accessible for the general public, which is cool. Genshin was fun for a bit. I tried streaming Genshin, but unlike all of the other mobile games I streamed where I could actually get an audience, I couldn't pull anyone for Genshin. Which was unfortunate. I tried for like 3 weeks and couldn't get more than like 5 people to show up. And I was just like, yeah, I'm dropping that. It was a fun game. Loved the soundtrack for Genshin. Why did you mention Mars?
That is where the cult of the Omnissiah originated, and where we were granted the first revelations. Many millennia ago, We made an alliance with the Emperor of Terra and have served the Imperium ever since, paying a tribute to machinery, weapons, and void ships. Everything that bears the blessed seal of machinery comes from our hands, and it is we who make sure the operating rituals are performed as they were meant to. We are everywhere. We are the Mars-forged steel bars that give the Imperium strength.
Yeah, no, that makes sense, Sanny. That it just has... It was very much an oversaturated category. But yeah, I took like a 5-year break from streaming, and now I'm just trying to rebuild. It's a slow process, but so long as I, like, start streaming more consistently and whatnot, and I stick to, like, a specific genre of games, which I've more or less chosen CRPGs currently. Baldur's Gate 3, Rogue Trader. I might do a playthrough of Wrath of the Righteous at some point. So long as I stick to this sort of genre, and I'm consistent, I should be able to at least grow to being able to get 30 average concurrent again, minimum. Regardless of what the category is. Yeah, Kyo, that makes sense. It's a very common issue. It's why they why those things work so well, or as a business style. What do you mean? You guard it? It's not buried treasure. It's not a secret.
It is both a treasure and a secret. Technology is how the divinity of the Omnissiah manifests itself in this world. This is why the uninitiated may only be allowed to touch the most vulgar and mundane of its instances. We, on the other hand, are authorized to use the sacred catechism of maintenance and operation.
I think one of the reasons I was able to pull such an audience for gacha games is because I was playing free-to-play, and most of the time I was still able to reach, like, top 100, top 50. I would not spend a dime on it, and I'd still manage to get up there. Ooh, Valheim's a fun game. I think the game I've had the most fun with as a survival game is, V Rising, that's what it's called. I had to look at my Steam.
Although there is another reason to deny lay people the sacrament of knowledge, it can be dangerous. Twisted by renegades, the Omnissiah's wisdom is called heretic, and the exposure to it may corrupt the uninitiated. Another danger is knowledge, strangely interpreted and inscrutably twisted by the minds of Xenos. This bane is called Xenotech.
Sacred objects should be touched only by worthy hands. Banning things you cannot understand is the opposite of seeking knowledge. Technology is merely a tool that can be employed without risk by a wise wielder. Sacred objects should be touched by only by worthy hands. As an IT person, I sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes truly feel this. Please, stop letting the morons have the technology.
This statement is true. What many consider chains on our way to comprehension is our armor, which we have inherited from our wisdom-blessed predecessors.
Yeah, that's understandable. You hold a high position in your fraternity?
This electu indicates that I am a Magos, who has mastered the sacraments of many spheres of knowledge, and has the right to conduct services in a forged cathedral.
What is the Omnissiah in your understanding?
He is the divine mechanism, the maker of technology. The universe was made to resemble a mechanical marvel because the Omnissiah rules over it. Knowledge is the highest form that he uses to manifest in the world. For now. Someday, he will come to this world in the absolute fullness of his splendor. The Adeptus Mechanicus worshipped the Emperor. He is the earthly manifestation of the Omnissiah, who brought humanity into the light of divine grace.
What is behind the Adeptus Mechanicus' enthusiasm for replacing flesh with augmentations?
Organic tissue is an imperfect replica of the machine, transient and vulnerable. Metal is more stable, more effective, and more durable.
Dude, Pascal's one of my favorites.
To binary language. Meat begets weakness. It softens the mind and undermines discipline. But you can replace metal when it wears down. In addition, a machine is a supreme form of knowledge. And by assuming mechanical form, we become closer to the Omnissiah.
I am unable to decide which companion is my favorite between Pascal, Argenta, and Abelard.
However, like all things sacred, our augmentations must not be defiled by the eyes of the ignorant. Which is why we reveal only the crudest of tools, while holier mechanisms remain concealed beneath our crimson robes.
I'm curious to see your augmentations.
The right to witness the miracle of flesh being fused with holy metal is granted only to those who have ascended to the rank of initiate. However, your lofty status of rogue trader allows me to make a partial exception and reveal my sacred stigmata.
Pascal reverently parts the robe's scarlet folds on his chest. You see emaciated white meat, gnawed through by metallic shunts and flexible wires. Blood runs through transparent pipes, enriched with the nutrients required by the pallid flesh. The sight of a body transformed into an appendage to an incredibly complex mechanism, built using unfathomably ancient blueprints, is mesmerizing. Every component of this machine serves the dual purpose of preserving life in Pascal's fragile flesh and preventing all threats to his well-being. Omnissiah has been generous to you?
The Omnissiah has been generous to you too. He has granted you understanding.
I have not played enough to really get a feel for him yet. Because I've only, like, gotten just past Footfall, and a lot of that was, not using him, just because I was a very similar build at the time. Well, I wasn't a similar build. I was a Biomancer, and then the Holy, I can't think of what it's called, the Holy, Psyker as well. But I was an Officer, where he was more of a melee Biomancer, but at the same time, there was too much overlap between him, myself, and Abelard, and I was just like, eh. Has many layers? Nice. I will do a playthrough at some point where I do use him. I just don't know if it will be this playthrough or another one. I could see myself using him instead of Cabela. Cabela is my flex slot at the moment. I like everybody else that's in my party currently. Just, my current choices are Cabela or Idira, and having Idira in the party when I am on Grim Darkness mode sounds like I'm asking for, to restart. You know? I really enjoy Idira's character, but dear god, unsanctioned psychers are just nothing but a headache on the battlefield. Nice. You have a strange way of speaking. Is that because of the augmentation, or does your faith dictate how you should express yourself?
Partially true. I had a voice modulator implanted alongside the respiratory purification module, but there is an additional reason. Gothic is not my first language. I am used to thinking and making statements in lingua technis. The binaric language is more informative, more ergonomic, and less prone to misinterpretation.
I have no more questions.
May your labors be effective and fruitful.
Alright, now I want to find Cabela and talk with her.
Domin.
I would like to know more about the sacred mysteries of the death cult.
The Vizier taught us that there are many like us throughout the Imperium who spill blood in his name. Death cultists, as they call us. He said that no two death cults are the same, just as there are no two identical stars in the void. I will tell you about the blood-spun web, but I cannot speak on behalf of all death cults.
What is the cult's purpose?
The blood-spun web holds the bays of the flagship together with the threads of its faith. Such is our service to the Domini of the von Valancius line. The Undying One commanded the Domini to embark on a ship and sail the void's expanse. And thus, it became our duty to protect your dynasty and the Ark that became its home. This great relic of blood and adamantine. Some loathe and fear us. They call us murderers and reapers. Others call us dancers of death, who send the souls of the dead on their way. Both are right. Both are wrong. We are servants of the undying Emperor. When he whispers that the time has come for a righteous martyr's soul to be laid in his blessed hands, we come to claim it. When he whispers that the wicked must know of his wrath, we come to reap. This is how we maintain order on the ship, unseen and guided by death's will.
Oh, that's neat that they added new conversations for her. Yeah, no, that would be cool. I really want to do a playthrough with her at some point, but I just can't justify having her in a Grim Darkness playthrough. Because she will cast something and either blow the party up or summon a demon. And then what the fuck do I do? I just don't want to deal with it, you know? Sonny. Yeah. So you have played Wrath of the Righteous, huh? I have like 1,500 hours in that game. I've beat it with a solo unfair character. That was fun. You hear a whisper in your mind telling you to kill someone, and you obey? Have you ever considered that these whispers could be deception orchestrated by minions of the archenemy?
Death's whisper is unmistakable. It is not like the murmur of stars or the hiss of corruption. It is truthful, pure, unyielding. Only the most eminent of us, the High Spinners, can hear the whisper of the Undying One and give voice to his will. They must hone their senses and temper their body and soul for years before his call can reach them. If it puts you more at ease, you can think of these whispers as his providence.
Yeah. Very nice. I've only completed an Aeon, 2 Aeons, and a Trickster so far. But I've gone into, like, Act 4 and 5, like, I don't know, 20 times? I just always get distracted about that. Or, about that time. I've thought about streaming it, though. I could definitely see myself doing a run at some point. Trying to, do the Last Aslanti mode. I think I could probably manage that with what I know of the game now. There's only a couple things I'd have to be really careful about. Oh, I love theory crafting. Theory crafting is easily one of my favorite things to do in games like this, Wrath, Baldur's Gate 3. Any game that I can theory craft in, I spend almost as much time theory crafting as I do playing, if not more. How do you know you've never made a mistake? How can you be sure you have never wrongly robbed one of your victims of their life?
We are carried along by a current of blood in the great river of fate. Life is not given or taken away by chance. If I see an enemy of humanity, my blade will sever the thread of their existence. I will not wait for a sign of his divine bidding. I am his will, and I do what must be done.
Be that as it may, your thirst for blood is troubling. Yeah, now let's speak of something else. How long has the Bloodspun web been in existence?
Spinners carved the chronicles of our history on the stones of our temple long ago. But fate and time have erased our past, just as an exploding star erases a part of the galaxy from existence.
What are the responsibilities of the Vizier? I'm right there with you, Sanny. On so many different levels. I'm mostly playing Baldur's Gate 3 right now before I started doing this Rogue Trader playthrough, and I'll be doing it again after Rogue Trader, because I want to get an honor mode win. And because it's like super Twitch friendly. And because it has some cool mods. And because I've just played it less than Wrath. But Wrath is my comfort game that I go back to, like, super frequently. So yeah, what are the responsibilities of the Vizier?
It is the Vizier's duty to watch over the flock, to lead those who want to learn more of the Undying One, but are fearful of death.
Yeah, I grew up on D&D 3.5, so Pathfinder 1E just feels right to me.
Know how to live. The Vizier protects all. Those who do not know we exist, those who are grateful for our service, and even those who hate us. The Vizier sees what is to come, remembers the past, and accepts the present. They spin a web of faith and blood so strong that no enemy may sunder it. This is the Vizier's burden. This is the legacy of the matriarch spider.
Alright, I'm going to continue.
May the Undying One shroud your footsteps from the faithless.
Talking to Cabela either later tonight or tomorrow. I've been streaming for about 7 hours. I'm very tired because I haven't been sleeping well lately. So I'm going to call the stream here. But I do plan on streaming again either later today when I wake up or tomorrow in the morning Eastern time. If you enjoyed what you saw, please hit that follow button. Very happy to have people in here and chatting today. Makes streaming way more fun. And I hope to see you all on the morrow. At the latest. Alright, one sec. I got this. Yeah, no problem. That would explain why people haven't been showing up to the Discord. But yeah, take care, and I hope to see you guys later.